Let's see who's live over on Twitch. I'll tell you what. I'll send you over into Alec Gunter on Twitch as well. Why not? We'll raid the same person on both ends. Take care, stay safe, and free Palestine as always. Also, Katie from chat might be going live at some point later on, watching Laura Koonsberg. If that interests you, there will also be Katie from chat also going live too. That is, I think she uses her same name on Twitch, Mad Cat Scotty Eye, but also it's just Casey Marshall over on the YouTubes. I'll see you all tomorrow. Free Palestine, free Kurdistan, free Sudan. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.
We've got one motherfucker. One shite.
Kidnapped by ICE, but it doesn't stop there. They actually they assaulted her, and they started yelling racial slurs at her. She's
There's my YouTube. There's my Twitch. I'll bring up an actual YouTube so I can find that bit with Curtis, because that'll be quite fun. That was Lewis Goodall interviewing that witch, so we might just do that as well. Okay, back to the Sunday show. Annas, fuck. What the fuck? What the fucking hell? Mad. There we go. Plug yourself. Come on. Well, let's far back. Fucking hell. Where am I? No. Up there, I'm there. Copy text. Oh, things happening. I heard thing. Give me a minute. I heard thing. Oh! More noises. I hear thing. Ah! That one black eye. Huh. Is it my YouTube? Is things happening on my YouTube? Give me a minute. Bring up YouTube. Huh. Not up on your YouTube. That's weird. I heard things. I have my chat up anyway. There we go. Hello chat. Rejoice. Your lass is live. Morning. Anna Sarwar. Plus we've got Swinny as well. So that should be fun. I'll give to 15 minutes. I'll give another 10. So, just wait for people to come in. Hello. Martin Geisler's gone. I missed Martin. So this is Gary Robertson. Glenn Campbell used to host it as well, fucking years ago. But I did like Martin Geisler. He was quite good. Come back, Martin. I'll go and show myself elsewhere. Hang on. Bring myself up. There we go. Copy text. Let's go and say hi to... Okay, I'll go into Raptor. Check what this... Announcement. There we go. Self-promo. Self-promo. Whoa. That'd be a lot. Oh, what was that one? I saw myself. Should have saw myself. Can't be. No, I didn't see myself. Oh. There we go. Perfect, it's in the turn left bit. Look at that. Yeah, just leave that there. Andrew! Rejoice, friends and comrades. Andrew Lucas here. Hi, Andy. Look, Sunday show. Then award-winning gerbalism. The Home Secretary's on Laura. So's Ruth the Myth. Ugh. 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 Everyone, go and follow Andrew Luke. He is awesome. He is Irish. Yeah, stay there. Go there. Da 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 da. Hi. I'll give it another 3 minutes. I'll give people 15 minutes to come in. That's better. I will be back momentarily. Yeah. Oh, give me a minute. I need to get myself fixed. Can't see me. I need to come forward. Ah, you bastard. Ah, that's better. I've turned the top light off, so my standard... Oh, I'll put you on. There we go. Yay. One of those stick-on... Like, no, you stick them on the wall, they've got glue on the back, and you stick it anywhere you want it. Oh. There we go. What are we? 18 minutes. Okay. The Sunday show, shall we? Oh, Scribbles gifted a sub. Thank you, Scribbles.
Good morning and welcome to The Sunday Show. I'm Gary Robertson. Here's what we've got for you this morning. After years of denials, Greater Glasgow and Clyde Health Board now admit a likely causal connection between infections suffered by patients and the water and ventilation system at the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital campus. Families of infected patients say they've been lied to, demeaned and smeared. So where does the buck stop? And is the hospital now safe? And following a tense lead-up to the World Economic Forum in Davos over US threats to annex Greenland, new outrage sparked by President Trump's claims that NATO allies stayed a little back from the Afghanistan front line. The Prime Minister calls that, frankly, appalling. So what will our future relationship with the Americans look like in Scotland? Well, we're joined this morning by the man who has to navigate all of those issues, both domestic and international, the First Minister, John Swinney. But first, we'll speak to Scottish Labour leader Anna Sarwar, who's called the hospital deaths the biggest scandal in Holyrood's history. It's great to have you with us. Let's get on with the show.
Well, both of them are getting treated this Sunday. Lucky us. Oh, God. Annas, there we go. Our future First
The Health
Minister,
Board in charge of the
apparently.
Queen Elizabeth University Hospital and the Royal Hospital for Children has said there was likely a causal connection between some infections suffered by patients and the hospital environment, after years of denying that bacteria in the water was responsible. Well, the Scottish Mail are reporting this morning that police are now probing 6 deaths at Scotland's biggest hospital. Greater Glasgow and Clyde Health Board has offered its sincere and unreserved apologies to families and patients. But families say they've been demeaned and smeared, accusing the board of conniving cowardice. Well, Scottish Labour leader Anna Sarwar has called it the biggest scandal in Holyrood history, and he's here with us this morning. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Gary.
You've made all kinds of claims about criminal negligence. Have you got any evidence of that?
Well, look, I think if you look at what's happened here, we're only where we are today because of the bravery of 3 doctors, 3 whistleblowers, who came to me with evidence suggesting that there were infections at the hospital that had been covered up and that parents hadn't been told the true cause of death of their children. Now, that is simply devastating. Following that revelation, one parent did come forward believing that that was her daughter, Millie Main, and Kimberly Darrick, an extraordinary human being who's been campaigning now for 7 years. And all the aftermath of that has now led to that inquiry, and now some of the answers coming to the fore. And genuinely, at the very least, this is negligence. I think it's more criminal incompetence of what's happened in this hospital.
You've said that a criminal act had taken place. Nicola Sturgeon and John Swinney should be among those investigated. Also, the Health Secretary at the time, Shona Robertson. They're just political smears, aren't they?
No, the opposite, actually, because what the inquiry hasn't looked at is the political decision-making. The First Minister at the time, the Health Secretary at the time, and the Deputy First Minister and the man that signed the cheques at the Times had never given evidence to that inquiry. And I think we do need to see what happened in terms of the political decision-making. And the reason why I think
there's no evidence for any sort of allegations here.
Well, there is evidence. First of all, if Jean Freeman could see a report worried about a hospital in Edinburgh and stop the opening of it, why couldn't Nicola Sturgeon, Shona Robertson and John Swinney at the time of the opening of Glasgow's hospital?
But that report was never escalated to senior managers.
Well, I'm just not willing to believe that no senior manager, no minister, no official was ever shared a report that came out weeks before the hospital opened, warning that there were high risk of infections and therefore a high risk to life for immunocompromised patients. That report came weeks before the Children's Hospital opened. It was ignored and the hospital was opened anyway. And we're now told that actually there's nothing to see here. The same people that have told us there's nothing to see here for the last decade are the same ones telling it now, and I just frankly don't believe it. Are we honestly saying that the people that are willing to paint on windows and fake a ferry sailing, the same people that are willing to take the Information Commissioner to court, and the same people that say one thing in Parliament and use public money to challenge the same decisions in the courts, are the same people that are now we have to believe on this hospital scandal? I just simply do not
You have
believe.
spent 6 years campaigning on this, 6 years of pointing the finger at the Health Board. In the week that the Health Board say, actually, there may well be a causal link, and they accept the causal link between the water system and infections, you turn your fire on the politicians. Is that because it's an election year?
No, I think there's something rotten at the core, both in terms of the Health Board management and officials, and also ministers
But why
and
this
government.
change of tack
And
just a couple of months from an election?
It's not a change of tack. I have been consistent throughout the last 7 years in standing side by side with those 3 brave doctors and also these families. And I'll tell you, Gary, the people I trust in this is those 3 doctors. Because those 3 doctors, everything that they have said in the last 10 years has been proven to be true, and everything that ministers and officials have said in the last 10 years has been proven to be untrue.
Are you in danger
And
of taking the
today-
spotlight off the
and
Health Board,
today-
though, with
and
what you're
today-
doing?
And today we're being asked to believe the very same people that haven't told the truth for the last 10 years and ignore the doctors who are saying there are still concerns at that site. No, the spotlight has to be on ministers and officials. I've said that throughout my time campaigning on this issue, because we have to get the truth. We have to get answers, because ultimately what's happened here is the most horrific situation for these families, where families have been lied to. Imagine not being told the true death, the true reason for the death of your child. We know there's also been infections and deaths in adults, and I don't think those families are getting the answers they deserve. There still remain questions, not just about the water system, but the ventilation
Well,
system.
on those questions-
Those doctors themselves still say that the culture has not changed,
Do you believe-
and that they still
Do
cannot
you believe the
have
hospital is
confidence.
safe? We've had reassurance from the First Minister. He believes it's safe, and from the Health Board
So
too.
the first thing I would say is there are amazing things that happen at that hospital every single day and multiple times every day, and there are amazing staff going above and beyond every day. But we have to listen to the experts. And these 3 doctors who have raised concerns, Dr. Inkster, Dr. Peters and Dr. Redding, throughout the last 10 years are saying that they are not satisfied. And the point I'm making is, if those 3 doctors, where everything they've said in the last 10 years has proven to be true, and everything that ministers and officials said has been proven to be false, we should listen to them.
Well, in a
so
couple
if they're not satisfied, I'm not satisfied, and no one in the public should be satisfied.
In a couple of months, you hope to be First Minister. If you were in the First Minister's seat at this moment, given everything that we've heard in this inquiry, what would you be doing right this minute?
So right now, I'd be getting those 3 doctors round the table and making sure that they have the confidence that their necessary checks have happened. We don't yet know if every ward and every unit has been validated, and if it has, that paperwork has not been shared with those 3 doctors who raised the concern so that they can be satisfied. That's the first thing I would do. The second thing I would do is open up all the communications, all the paperwork. But let's be clear here, there's also missing things here, because this government set a culture. Don't put things down in paper, so there's not a paper trail. That's been said by some of these doctors already in the course of this investigation. So we'd open up what's happening. And third, those that are responsible should be held to account, because this is simply unforgivable. And I don't say this lightly, Gary. At the very least, this is negligence. I think it is criminal incompetence what has happened here.
Well, we shall see what this investigation leads to. Let me ask you about a couple of other issues while you're here. Why, after the lapses of judgment shown by Pam Duncan Glancy in her friendship with a former Labour councillor convicted of possessing child images, sexual images, why is she still sitting as a Labour MSP?
Well, she's only a Labour MSP for a matter
Talia.
of weeks now.
Hi, Talia.
She made a serious error of judgment. We asked her...
More than once, it seems.
I agree with you. Serious.
Pam Duncan Glancy is one of my list MSPs. Anna Spinner. Tell her to fuck off. Serious error in judgment. Just no. Take her off the list. It's a little bit late in the day to actually do a by-election to bring in someone for the list. So just get rid of her and bring the next one in. Who's next on the list. Or fuck it, I can just see you leaving her in and telling her to go away and not be a list candidate anymore. She is untenable at this point. I forgot about that she was friends with
errors of judgment. And I was not satisfied in the answers or the actions that she
Eyes up
is now taking, or the commitment she's now willing to make, and therefore.
Rejoice, comrades. Talk Now is here. How you doing? Talk Now. This is Anna Sarwar. He is the Scottish Labour leader. He is an MSP. He is list MSP. He's one of my list MSPs for Glasgow. I don't like him. He is a puppet. Have you got news? Pray tell, what be it? You might be moving. Still staying on the island? Or are you moving to the mainland? Fuck it, carry on, Anna, you wank.
Or she is not going to be a candidate come the next election. I think it's important to stress here, she herself has not done any kind of criminal wrongdoing, but this is a serious error of judgment.
Well, this is the woman that you would have made Education Secretary, who was still friends with a convicted
which is why
paedophile.
she's no longer Shadow Education Secretary. It's why she's no longer a candidate going into the election.
But why is she a Labour MSP?
She's a Labour MSP for a matter of weeks, because we are going into an election where she is not going to be a candidate.
But is that good enough?
Well, look, she's accepted her error of judgment, a serious error of judgment, and she is not a candidate going into the next election.
And have you asked her about all of this in terms of the latest, journalistic inquiries about whether or not she maintained her friendship with Sean Morton?
Of course I have, and
what's her
I'm not satisfied with the answers.
But what are the
that
answers?
is why she is not a candidate. Well, she's made a serious error of judgment in terms of maintaining a friendship and a relationship. I don't think that's acceptable, and she's not a candidate going into the election.
Let me ask you about Andy Burnham as well. Big decisions today for the Labour NEC. He's said that he wants to be a candidate in the by-election. Okay. Is he making the right decisions?
Look, that's a decision for Andy Burnham, for the people of Manchester. Look, I think Andy Burnham is an exceptional politician. I think he's got an incredible record as the mayor of Great.
For more on the Virgin Islands, you should speak to Raptor. He'd be able to help you. He can give you lots of information. 41,000. Hang on, give me a minute. Sizes, population per. Ah! 47,430 for my home city of Perth. So it's just a little bit less than my home city of Perth. So a medium-sized city, if you wish.
Manchester, I think there are huge lessons we can learn around how we do regional devolution and regional economic development from Greater Manchester, but ultimately it's a decision for the party in England, it's a decision for the people of Manchester. I'm focused on who the government here is going to be, who the First Minister is going to be, and what happens in my city of Glasgow and the great country of Scotland.
Johnny Reid, Labour MP, says that Andy Burnham should stay out of the contest, that Manchester is actually a bigger job. Is that a sentiment that you can agree with?
Look, Andy's doing a phenomenal job as Greater Manchester Mayor, whatever role he chooses to do.
Although he said he would serve a full term.
Look, whatever role he chooses to do, I'm sure he'll do it really, really well. That's a matter for Manchester, a matter for party officials in England, not a matter for us in Scotland. I'm focused on what's happening in Scotland and who the First Minister is going to be in a matter of 102 days' time.
Would he be more of an asset to you in that quest if he was Prime Minister compared to Keir Starmer?
There are lots of assets across the UK Labour family. I'm interested in the Scottish assets and the Scottish voices and the decision who we make about Scotland's First Minister and Scotland's government. And that's what I'm going to focus on in the next 102 days.
Anna Sarwar, thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
To us today. Now, before we speak to the First Minister, I just want to tell you that BBC Debate Night is back. It's a big year for Scottish politics as we hurtle towards the Holyrood elections in May. And Debate Night will be travelling around Scotland, giving you a chance to put your questions to politicians. The first show is on Wednesday, February the 4th in Lanark, followed by Fort William and Edinburgh. If you want to be in the audience for Lanark or any of the upcoming programmes, you can apply at BBC.
The one in Fort William should be fun. Your lass will be covering Debate Night again. It's basically the Scottish version of Question Time. And it's on Wednesday nights. You're not going to the US anytime soon. I don't blame you. I wouldn't get in, even if I was the perfect model little girl and didn't say bad things about the president at all. Yeah, right. I still wouldn't get in because of my meds. But because of my social media presence and my streaming, what I say about the Trump administration, I wouldn't get in. Their loss. I don't recommend it. Been there a year ago, went back home just the day before inauguration, alright. I don't blame you for not wanting to go to the mainland, Sock, now. Just with those frozen water bastards basically roaming the streets, being absolute murderous bastards. Are you? That should be fun. Hello, rejoice comrades, John the Brazen. How goes it, John? Did you see that the NEC were fucking cowards? More on that when we get to award-winning Kerbalism. Now, if debate night comes here, your lass is going to apply. She probably won't get on, but fuck it. Every time that they come to Glasgow, I try to get on. Same with question time. A proper leftist in the audience. It is needed. Either myself, Helena, or Kevin. So watch out if they come to Glasgow. Your lass will be applying. Same for like Birmingham, or Birmingham for Kev, obviously. Nottingham or the surrounding areas for Helena. I have said to SK the Crusader, so that's Sinan, if he would go, because he's in that same area, he could get to Nottingham no problem. Opposed to that, I was talking to Australian lefty. I don't know him. Ah, that sounds quite good. Sock now. Yeah, I don't know Baraday. Post a link to his channel in the Discord or in the chat if you wish. Edinburgh, that's going to be fun as well.
bbc.co.uk/debate night. Now let's get right back to it. As you can see, joining me now, the First Minister, John Swinney. Good morning to you. Thanks for coming in.
Good morning.
John.
You must have been furious when, after 6 years of denials, the Health Board
John,
finally admitted a causal link between the water system at the hospital and infections.
What I've been keen to ensure is that the public inquiry that's been set up around the hospital situation is able to get to the truth, because the families who have suffered unimaginably as a consequence of all the issues that are involved must have that truth. And I think what the events of this week have demonstrated is that the inquiry led by Lord Brodie is doing exactly what we asked it to do, which was to get to the truth, and I want to make sure we get to that point.
But you and your predecessor have both repeated what the Health Board has been saying for 6 years, that there was no link, and now they're admitting there is one. What was your reaction to that?
Well, my reaction was that I want the Health Board to be absolutely and completely transparent with the
So this is the Health Board
led
I'm
by
in.
Lord Brodie.
I'm in that Health Board area here.
We got to a position in 2018-19 where the government's confidence in what we were having explained to us by NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde was declining, and as a consequence of that, we commissioned Lord Brodie to take forward an independent public inquiry with all the resources and access to information required to make sure that we could properly understand what had happened and to make sure the families got the truth to which they were entitled. And it appears to me, from the way in which the inquiry is being conducted, that that's exactly what's being accomplished.
Do you understand why it took them this long to finally issue the admission?
I think it's quite clear there's been a cultural problem in NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde, and that the inquiry essentially is flushing out that issue, and the leadership of NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde have acknowledged that in what they have said this week. But fundamentally...
Was it? And that... Right, I have a... And that policy is if there was a country that would have a trade deal where they give an allotment of goods for low-income families for free in the States, while the rest of the goods will be privately exchanged, I think it would want to show how the US doesn't want to take care of its own and needs another country to help it. Also shows in another direction that if the US denies it, it would be obvious that the US doesn't want to take care of the world. Well, it doesn't. That much has been proven. It wants to dominate the world. It is the global hegemon after all. I want to de-Yankify my country completely. Excuse me, sorry about that.
Italy. It is for Lord Brodie to judge on those questions, and
Excuse me?
I
Sorry.
think we should all have confidence that Lord Brodie is going to do exactly that.
Have the families...
Oh yeah,
as
it
the
would
Clinton
directly
wanted
expose
here?
it. Correct.
I think it's difficult for you're asking me a question about the conclusions of the inquiry, which we don't yet have, and I think I want to be as helpful as I can in this interview today, and particularly for the families.
Given what the Health Board has said to them for 6 years and what the Health Board is saying now...
Well, it's obviously a very different explanation
It looks
today,
like they've been lied to, doesn't it?
and it does look like that. But ultimately, it's for Lord Brodie to come to those conclusions. And what I want to say to the families today, and I say this to everyone in Scotland, is the government will take very, very seriously what Lord Brodie says and will act upon his recommendations, because what has clearly happened in the situation in the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital is completely unacceptable.
Are you taking any action at this minute in the wake of what we know now from this inquiry?
There's a variety of different steps that have been taken in relation to some of these issues. So, for example, in the aftermath of the situation in the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital, the government took action when issues were escalated to us about the Sick Children's Hospital in Glasgow. And Jean Freeman, my colleague at the time, stopped the opening of the hospital in Edinburgh because she wasn't satisfied with the safety issues. So that has changed because the government has obviously acted upon issues when escalated to us, which was not the case in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. We've also introduced NHS Assure, which is about putting in place much more rigorous safety checks about the establishment of new hospital buildings to make sure that's the case. And of course, there have been measures taken about NHS Greater in Glasgow and Clyde, where we've put that board under much greater scrutiny because of the lack of confidence we had in the earlier actions of the board.
How do you know at this point that the hospital is safe?
I know that from...
You've said that in Parliament.
I have. Well, there was a report commissioned by Lord Brodie by an expert looking at the water contamination system. And that report was done essentially at 2 points, an earlier report and then a later report. The earlier report was very critical about the water system within the hospital. The latter report commended the improvements that had been made. Now, those were not reports commissioned by the government. Those were reports commissioned by Lord Brodie as part of his inquiry, for the legitimate reasons that Lord Brodie would be interested in, of making sure the hospital was safe.
But the families say the hospital isn't safe. They still believe that to be the case. And this morning in one newspaper, a doctor who was a whistleblower says he's not convinced that, they're not convinced that this hospital is safe because of the way the Health Board has conducted itself up until now.
Well, in addition to those particular, that particular report about the water system, Healthcare Improvement Scotland has also looked at the hospital situation and its quality, and has given. Now, that's an organisation that writes. If you look at the Healthcare Improvement Scotland reports generally, they can often be very, very critical. So they're not an organisation that pull their punches, and they have indicated to us that the arrangements are safe within the hospital. But I want to say, Gary, that I am always willing to challenge and to ensure that hospitals are safe, and I give my assurances in Parliament based on the information the government gathers, the inquiries that we make to satisfy ourselves.
That's information has been wrong in the past, as you pointed out.
And that's where we've got, and that's why we've got independent organisations like Healthcare Improvement Scotland doing that scrutiny.
Here is a health board that denied what it now admits for several years. It's dismissed the concerns of whistleblowers. In some cases, they've been told actually their career prospects might be damaged by all of this. Do you have faith in this health board? Well,
there's been a lot of change in the leadership of the health board since the unacceptable events that you're saying to me. So a member of clinical staff coming forward with concerns about the safety of a hospital should not be dismissed or belittled or sidelined or threatened or bullied or whatever. They should be listened to. Their concerns should be taken seriously. And I've confidence that the current leadership of NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde, led by Leslie Thompson, a former Solicitor General for Scotland, Professor Jan Gardner as the Chief Executive of the Health Board, I have confidence that these are individuals that understand the importance of ensuring public safety and public action on issues of concern to clinicians and the public.
The Sunday Post is reporting this morning that Siobhan Robson, who was the Health Secretary at the time, made a U-turn. She said that there was a promise that experts would check infection controls at the hospital just days before it opened, and then she told MSPs in a letter that actually that had been dropped. What happened there?
I think there was the issue there was about what was the requirement from the previous inquiry that was undertaken in the Vale and Leven Hospital.
Though, wasn't it?
Well, I think what the issue was, and I suppose the issue's been addressed by the establishment of NHS Assure, which is what the government has now put in place to guarantee that when new hospital buildings are being constructed, we've got that greater level of assurance. Now, if I give you an example at the current moment, which is causing me and a lot of members of Parliament frustration, is that we have hospital developments in Aberdeen, the Baird and Anchor centres, that should have been opened a long time ago, but they're not open because of the intervention of NHS Assure. And I don't say that to be critical, I say that to reassure members of the public that we are taking strenuous efforts to make sure that our hospital buildings are safe and they meet the standards that the public require.
Anna Sarwar is calling for a criminal investigation here into all of this, including what ministers knew. Would you welcome an investigation?
Well, there is one, and that's underway by Police Scotland at the instigation of the Crown. And
but is that to ministers as well?
Well,
what ministers knew?
Well, it's not up to me to say that. That's for the independent...
But would you welcome a widening for that reason?
I've got to be really careful what I say here, because I have to respect the independence of the Lord Advocate. So the Lord Advocate has all the opportunity and all the power to intervene and to look at any issue that causes her concern. And as First Minister, I don't want to say anything that in any way constrains her ability to do so.
So who should carry the can for these failings? Is it the Health Board? Are there going to be any repercussions, given that, as you say, many of the people who were in charge at the time are no longer there? Does the buck stop with the politicians?
Yeah, don't blame Natalia.
Well, what we have done... Well, first of all, I take responsibility for everything.
Project 2025 is very fucking... It's basically the Christian fascism, essentially. That Project 2025. I've tried to read it. It's still downloaded. It's in my Dropbox, sitting there, and I try to read it every now and again, and I can't fucking do it. I get too rage-fueled reading the fucking thing. There's other people who've actually read it and illustrated what it's actually in it and stuff. There's plenty of videos about it as well. Damn it, I can see her. I used to be a Patreon. She's a lawyer. She's got a YouTube channel. Fuck. Damn it, I can see her. If anyone knows who I'm talking about, she's... Yeah. Carry on, John.
In Scotland. I'm the First Minister of Scotland, and I take responsibility for everything that happens in the name of my government, and I'll never shirk that responsibility. So that's the first thing. Now, obviously, we've commissioned Lord Brodie to undertake a statutory public inquiry, and we'll hear what Lord Brodie says about that whenever Lord Brodie concludes his findings. And I give the assurance that whatever he says, the government will take seriously and will act upon.
There were questions this week about pressure being put on the Health Board to open the hospital, even though there'd been this report into water standards. We had a clarification from the Health Board, interestingly, at 8:30 last night, saying that the pressure was internal rather than external. Is that plausible, ultimately? Politicians, of course, do push for projects to be finished on time if they're running late.
Well, everybody wants to see new pieces of infrastructure up and running as quickly as possible. That's why we invest in them. So I think that's across the board. Indeed, members of Parliament...
So there is pressure.
Well, members of Parliament are pressing me to get the Baird and Anchor centres open in Aberdeen just now, and I've answered questions about that. But I have to accept that there are challenges and issues and obstacles to us doing that, and we're trying to overcome those as quickly as we possibly
Was that
can.
clarification last night from the
But
Health
there
Board
should-
as a result of pressure from the Scottish Government?
No.
Did you
it's
ask
not.
for that?
No, we didn't. No.
I mean, ultimately, in terms of that clarification, I mean, where does it take us? I mean, we need questions surely now to be answered by the Health Board as to who put that pressure on and did they know about the water system?
Well, I think if we look at what the counsel to the inquiry, who's the independent counsel supporting Lord Brodie, said to the inquiry last week, it was made clear that it looked that there was no evidence of there being any pressure from the Scottish Government for the hospital to open earlier than it was ready to be opened. And what NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde talk about in their material is about that being very much within the Health Board. So these are issues that are material to Lord Brodie's inquiry, and I want to make sure Lord Brodie is able to say all that he has to say without the interference of the First Minister.
The families have talked about the fact that in relation to the Health Board there's a secrecy here, that they're not being forthright. That could actually apply to many public bodies in Scotland, couldn't it? Is there a culture in John Swinney's Scotland of secrecy and obfuscation?
No.
No.
But ultimately, you're going to be taken to court. Potentially, you could be held in contempt of court for not releasing information to the public. That doesn't really stack up with what you just said,
Well,
does
you
it?
see, this is where issues, you get a window into the world that I occupy and the complexity of the issues I've got to wrestle with. The reason why first of all, there's a freedom of information request that relates to the inquiry conducted by James Hamilton into whether Nicola Sturgeon breached the ministerial code. And the Information Commissioner has said that we've got information we've got to disclose. I'm concerned that if the government gets that wrong, we will breach court orders which have been put in place by a court to protect the identity of women who've complained.
And the Information Commissioner is also aware of that, and he says he's not asking you to break the law, he's asking you to comply with the law.
Well, I've got one. Well, there's two separate scenarios here. One is there's a live FOI request that we have, which we are going to answer, but we have to take just a little bit more time to make sure we get that right and we don't cross the line and disclose information.
But you've known since the 1st of December that this request is there.
Yeah.
You said, your own officials said that it would take 44 hours, a couple of days ultimately to carry out these redactions. Several weeks later, why hasn't it happened?
Well, because we've got to look at the interaction between that case and the two cases that we are appealing to the Court of
They said
Session.
44 hours.
Well, but we've got to look at the interaction of those cases with the two cases that we are taking to the Court of Session, because we are concerned that we would be at risk of acting in a manner that breached the court orders that were put in place to protect the identities. And I simply I've got to make this point clear to you, Gary. I cannot do anything that runs the risk of disclosing the identities of women who have come forward in good faith, protected by the courts, to make complaints in cases of alleged sexual assault.
Yours could be the first public body in Scotland. It's the government could be the first public body in Scotland to be held in contempt of court under FOI. This is the first case that the Information Commissioner has brought. That's pretty embarrassing, isn't it?
I'm actually going to... The irony of all of this is that I'm going to respond to the Freedom of Information request in addition to the 90 cases that we've already done, and I just think it's going to take us a little bit more time to be
after
certain
the
about
election?
It. No, definitely not after the election. Definitely not.
Could people conclude, though, that your government is not being particularly transparent with all of this?
Okay, so we're answering an increasing number of Freedom of Information requests, and we're answering an increasing number of those on time. So 96% of Freedom of Information requests, a rising number, are answered on time. And in relation to the issues you put to me about the James Hamilton inquiry, the government's already answered and addressed 90 Freedom of Information requests and reviews. So the government is publishing and making available more information than any government has ever, at any stage in the past, ever made public.
Yet might still be held in contempt of court.
Well, I would say because we are trying to observe a really important principle that we shouldn't disclose the information and the identities of women who've come forward to complain about alleged sexual assault. And if we go back to other issues that have been talked about for many years in Scotland. We've bemoaned the fact that women have not been confident to come forward when they've been the victims of alleged sexual assault. Now we've got women doing it, and now I'm being invited to jeopardise the protection that's put in place.
The Information Commissioner would say you're not being invited to do that. That's the whole point.
That's the
And he
point
says
at
that he
issue.
could be the judge
That's
of
the
that.
point at issue, and I want to make sure that I act properly to protect those who can make complaints.
I want to just move on
about
briefly
allegations.
in the time that we've got left to talk about President Trump, because you and others have been critical of his remarks about those who serve in the front line in Afghanistan, although he's clarified those and he's talked about the bravery of British soldiers. After the incident in the White House with President Zelensky, you said that it would be inappropriate for the state visit of Donald Trump to go ahead in the UK. Given what he said about UK troops and others, should the royal visit to the US now be cancelled?
I think the King's been put in an absolutely impossible position, in a really difficult position, because I know how much His Majesty the King respects and appreciates the role of the military and the service of the military in this country. And the comments by President Trump are just absolutely appalling last week and atrocious. I'm glad that he's
Completely
rode
abhorrent.
back from them, but he said them in any case. And I think the situation that we face is a really difficult one, because I want us to have a good and positive relationship with the United States. It really matters.
But is he making it difficult?
It's being made very difficult because of a number of things. The intervention in Venezuela, which I thought could not be justified in terms of the rules-based system. What's been done about Greenland, although we seem to be in a less tense situation about Greenland. The insult to the loved ones of individuals who've lost their lives in Afghanistan is appalling. So I think
Do we need
the
a
state
different
visit.
approach?
So I think the state visit is a really difficult question to resolve.
Just briefly, do we need a different approach towards President Trump, rather than this engagement, rather than this flattery that sometimes we see?
Well, I think we've got to have engagement. I would argue that we've got to do that because we've got shared interests. We've obviously got very close economic and security interests, and I want to see them maintained, because for all of my life, I've been able to live in a situation where I felt that I was living in a country that was part of a wider security system.
He does
with an
indeed talk
assurance
now.
of
He does need
security.
removed.
I'm less certain about that now as a consequence of
The only president in history to be impeached twice. And GOP are fucking cunts. I'm a Republican, by the way, the small R, not capital R. I don't like monarchy at all. Having a constitutional monarchy and not a democracy sucks. I hate it with a passion. Same for the other place, the House of Lords. But yeah, I'm with Winnie on this. Sausage Fingers has been put in a completely untenable position in my opinion. They're probably going to go ahead with it, which will be fun, I guess. Those two meeting each other is going to be fucking hilarious.
what we're experiencing. And I think we need engagement to try to restore that.
What would you do, just very briefly, if you were Prime Minister, how would you deal with President Trump?
I think what has got to be done is that where President Trump acts in a fashion that is unacceptable or needs to be challenged.
John, my dude, cut ties is the correct answer there. Just sever it, de-yankify our country. Just tell him where he can fucking shove it. I'm sure you would agree with me, Sock, now. Long will cover short peer and all that stuff. Again, no violence, please. Counter what the bastard says, obviously.
He has to be challenged. And when I met him in Aberdeenshire in the summer, I put to him, yes, the arguments about whisky tariffs, but also the situation in Gaza, because I thought he had to change tack and intervene to end the suffering in Gaza, and I'm glad that I did that.
Mr. Swinney, we're grateful for your time
Well
on the programme.
said.
Thank you very much indeed for coming in to speak to us on The Sunday Show. And of course, The Sunday Show continues through until midday on Radio Scotland. I'll talk more about this hospital scandal when I speak to former Health Secretary Alex Neil. And also we'll look at the situation in Iran with comic and author Omid Jalili. You just follow the QR code there on your screen
Really dance.
and you can stay with me on BBC Radio Scotland.
Okay. Let's see if I can find it.
We hate the heat. And for me, if I get a bit hot, that's when I go crazy. I was watching a play. There's no air conditioning. And my friends in the play, they said, we knew you were about to go. Because after 3 minutes, I was going, at the most quiet point in the play, I just went, it's so friggin' hot! Got pissed off that shit anyway. I'm going, yeah! I just become Godzilla for some reason. Yeah! And it's because, to be honest, a quick diversion, all I've ever wanted to do was to be a professional Godzilla impressionist. My God, the hours of fun you can have in the mirror. I do this at home, you know, in the mirror, naked, one black sock, just standing there. Is Godzilla having his toes stepped on? I don't care if you don't laugh, because if you don't laugh, I'll cover it with belly dancing anyway. I don't give a shit. Is Godzilla having a bad dream? Belly dance. My next impression. Is Godzilla being done?
Really dance. My sister and her partner have seen Omid live. Jealous of the pair of them. That's my middle sister, by the way. And what is now her wife, but then girlfriend. She asked me, is there anything that you want me to look out for? You know what, it's going to be fine, fine. I'll count how many times he does his belly dance. Warning, Shabana Mahmood incoming. Sunday. What? What up there was Laura Kay. We doing. Oh, you said something else. Lemicron Starmer, just terrible. More Starmer, less of Macron. At least Macron shared he would do the nuclear option to get the US off of Greenland. My God, Macron. Let's see, no one person's preferred just because who they are. Presidents in America, everyone needs backing by people who do. So enough people have to take you. Yeah. Yeah, it's odd, isn't it? I don't take him seriously. He's a fucking dictator and he's losing his fucking... Lost his mind. There we go. Christ. Ed Davey and Shabana Mahmood. Here we go.
Join Americast as we navigate the biggest news and politics in the US.
Fuck
With
it.
lively chats about what's happening in America and social media investigations.
Travel to the heart of America.
With Americast, a BBC podcast. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Back him? Let Andy Burnham stand as a Labour MP? That's asking for big, big trouble for the Prime Minister. But block him? Well, that might start a battle in Labour that could burn out of control. Keeping discipline seems such a nightmare for Labour right now, just as the Home Secretary is launching big plans to keep order in the ranks, with big changes to the police. Shabana Mahmood is here to explain that this morning. But, by coincidence, she's also the chair of Labour's ruling body, which will meet in exactly 2 hours to decide Andy Burnham's fate. And the next in our box set of leader interviews for 2026, Sir Ed Davey, leader of the Lib Dems, joins us live too. And it's not just Labour having some tricky times inside the tent. We speak exclusively to 2 familiar faces who've a message for Kemi Badenoch, Ruth Davidson and Andy Street. And the Lords have voted for it, so what should the government do now? 2 mothers who both lost their children tell us why they believe waiting to ban social media for kids leaves a whole generation at risk.
Whilst we're waiting, more and more children are being harmed. If this is a car, if it was a product, it would be taken off the road, it would be fixed and handed back to them. Tell you what, take it away. Social media companies, you fix it, and when it's safe, we'll consider giving it back.
That is not feasible, my dear. It's not. If they change this, if it impacts their bottom line in any sort of way, they will not do it. And at that point, the government just say, right, if you're not going to do it, we're just going to ban you outright and block you from the country, which is fucking fucked. I can see them caving on this if they try to introduce something like that, trying to change social media. Just the only way they're going to be able to do this is putting age gates. So all of the rest of us, we're going to have to prove we're over the age of 16 with ID, be it passport, be it driver's license, taking a photo of our mug. We've already had to do that because of the Online Safety Act. Plus, VPNs exist, so then that's the other thing. For them to actually do this properly, they're going to have to ban VPNs. That's not feasible either. Punishing the rest of us because you want to try and block teenagers under 16 from using social media. Do you want to know what I see happening? The parents are just going to them do it and letting the kids use their accounts. It's not policeable. It's not being. They're going to struggle to actually do it.
Morning, and at the desk with me throughout the next hour today, we have the social media activist and author of The Anxious Generation, Jonathan Haidt, Labour peer Shami Chakrabarti, and Greg Swenson from Republicans Abroad. Welcome to you all. Let's start, as we always do, with what is making the news this morning. And shock horror, Andy Burnham is on the front pages of many of the papers. The Observer predicts Andy Burnham kicking off a leadership contest. The Mail on Sunday says Starmer is cornered. That's certainly one way of putting it.
Thank you, Sockner.
The Telegraph features the protests in Minnesota, in America, after an American nurse was killed by immigration officers. And the New York Times says video evidence contradicts what the White House has been saying about the shooting. The Sun, though, leads on a note from the King to Donald Trump about the president's comments on NATO troops in Afghanistan. Let's start with that then, Greg. Donald Trump did clarify the remarks he made earlier this week. We understand that there was a note from Buckingham Palace that went in a diplomatic bag to the White House expressing displeasure. Should Donald Trump just have apologised for suggesting that British soldiers didn't go to the front line in Afghanistan?
That would have been great, but that's not his nature. I'm surprised he even did this, and I was quite relieved. I really was, and when I heard the news last night. So good for the king for sending that note through the proper channels, and I think the president did the right thing as best he could. And I think the clarification was quite appropriate. Is probably an understatement. When he made the comment on Thursday, very unfortunate, huge mistake. But he said they.
That's okay.
He didn't specifically say
the link,
the British, and I think the clarification was appropriate.
But couldn't there just have been an apology? I mean, you say that's the best he could do, but
Yeah.
as a human being, he said something that was untrue. He said something that was offensive.
Right.
Particularly to the families of those who lost their lives in Afghanistan. Why is he not capable of saying sorry?
Again, he's very unfiltered, and unfiltered is quite refreshing until it's not.
Unfiltered is not refreshing, Greg. Thank you. Because when he's unfiltered, he's saying very unhinged things. Or downright despicable things like, we lost over 400 service personnel. He basically just shot all over their don't get me wrong. I struggle with the army, I do, don't get me wrong. Ooh. Yes, I can't see your full name. Give me a second, I will go into my YouTube. Huh. Where's my... Huh. I can't see my chat. Where is it? Right. Go in my channel. There we go. There I'm there. Bring up my chat, goddamn you. Ah. The the shouty bloke. I like your name. He does look like a baddie, doesn't he? Skin looks like leather. Shouty is fine. Thank you, Shouty. Welcome. I am MadCat79 Scotty Eye on Twitch or Katie Marshall 4340 on the YouTubes. I'm a Scottish disabled Marxist streamer. I try to primarily talk about health and disability issues. I have a degree in virology and parasitology, so I talk about that as well, and politics and some history. And some media. I'm a Marvel fan. I'm currently going through the entire DVD selection that I've got all of the MCU films, not the series, so I don't have WandaVision yet. Come on, Disney, release the DVD for me, please. Oh. And I don't have Secret Invasion yet, the one primarily that's basically got Fury in it. So I don't have those two yet. But I've got all the films, all the ones that have been released on DVD so far. Shall we? Oh. So that one, that's the right one. And also that one. Thank you, Sock Now. Much appreciated. We will get on to them after award-winning Kerbalism. Fuck it, carry on, Swainson,
So
you wanker.
it was a huge mistake. I'm not defending it at all. But what I would argue is the clarification is good news. I thought that was really, it was great news. It was quite a relief to me, especially coming on the show today.
Jonathan, you were in Davos this week where the president was, on stage many times with his speeches, world leaders unsure quite how to do with him. What was the atmosphere like there?
Well, Davos is always dominated by business, and it seems whatever Donald Trump just said, although especially in this case, threatening our allies is something unprecedented and that really shook everyone up. So the speech by Mark Carney was really widely talked about and appreciated. But I would say the other theme is always
Carney's
AI
speech
the
was
last
well
2 years,
received,
and there is still such optimism about it. And I was there to say, hey, wait a second, guys. We already know what your companies did with social media when they hacked everyone's attention, took kids' attention, the disastrous consequences for the mental health and education. And now you're back trying to take their attachment with AI chatbots that are going to replace friends and parents.
We'll come to that later in the show, but what's dominating here in this country, Shami, as a member of the Labour Party, a peer in the House of Lords, is there any good way through this situation with Andy Burnham for Keir Starmer? Because it looks like a car crash.
It doesn't need to be. I think he should just be allowed to put himself to the members of Gorton and Denton like any other candidate. I think it would be a really bad look, frankly, if the third London Labour leadership in a row was seen to be blocking a very popular Manchester mayor in a Manchester seat when the big threat is the populist far right. It's reform. And he may well be the candidate most likely to defeat reform. We don't want to be the soap opera. We don't want to be knocking the beck and...
Shami, my dear. The decision made by the NEC was after this, so a couple of hours nearer lunchtime, essentially, at 11ish this morning. So 14 hours ago now. You should be talking to your colleague, who Laura's going to be speaking to shortly. She's the head of the NEC. The only one that actually voted for Burnham to actually be the candidate in Gorton and Denton was Lucy Powell. The other ones voted against him, including the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood. Fun! Yay! Christ's sake. I could have seen him easily beat whatever fucking clown reform put in place to run in Gorton and Denton. But it looks like it's going to be a straight fight between whatever wank they put in reform, that is, and whoever the Greens go with. Hopefully it'll be Hannah Spencer.
off the headlines for the wrong reasons.
Well, we will see what the party is going to do. The decision is going to be made this morning. And frankly, it is a lose-lose for Keir Starmer, as a senior Labour figure told me last night, with a very heavy sigh. If the party lets Andy Burnham run as an MP, then they give a man who's made no secret of his ambition to replace the Prime Minister one day a path to do exactly that, notwithstanding his vows of loyalty, of course. It would give Reform the chance to fight and win the hugely powerful Manchester mayoralty with a budget of millions. And it could give that party its first national platform. And a big mayoral election would cost a lot of cash too. But block Andy Burnham, well, the Prime Minister might look like he can't hack the rivalry, scared of letting members choose, and that would sap his authority. And of course, the act of trying to stop Andy Burnham might provoke an argument so epic that this morning it's not crackers to imagine it could bring Starmer's fragile leadership crashing down. Well, in 2 hours, the party's all-powerful National Executive Committee, or part of it, will meet to decide its fate. The Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, will be the person with the lucky job of chairing that meeting. Good morning to you, and we will talk in a moment about your plans for the police. But first of all, would Andy Burnham be a good MP for the people of Gorton and Denton?
Well, look, Andy has been a parliamentarian.
He's a Blairite. Just saying, he's a Blairite. Well, some people equate him as a Brownite because he was more an acolyte of Gordon Brown when he was in cabinet back in the day, in the late aughts, so like 2006 onwards, essentially. So Brown took over in 2007 after Blair stood down. So he was instrumental in Gordon Brown's cabinet, essentially. So he knows exactly. He's been a fucking politician for decades at this point. So I call him a Blairite. So I usually say I don't want any more Blairites in the House of Commons. There's too many of them already, for fuck's sake. Just no, fuck off. Quite a lot of you's got fucking voted out. Then you got parachuted into safe seats for general elections, and you came back like a bad smell that just won't fucking leave. And the fact that the NEC have fucking blocked him. Cowards. Fucking cowards. We will go on to that tonight, don't you worry. Very opinionated about this. I would have been happy for Andy Burnham to be running in this by-election. See you later, Andrew Gwynn. He's been advised by his GP because he's ill. No. It was something other than that. Trust me, we'll get on to it. So no. So Starmer saw this as a challenge and telling her essentially, or Morgan McSweeney essentially. Cowards. Fucking cowards. Well done, Lucy Powell. I never thought I'd fucking hear myself say that. And also from the same area, Rayner, former Deputy Prime Minister and Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, she was backing him as well to be running. But no, the NEC said, no, fuck off. So I don't know who the fuck they're going to put in. We will see. Well, he's got his own party now. Your party. Stupid fucking name. He's no longer a member of the Labour Party, obviously. Do I see him getting any sort of power back? It depends. We'll see over the next 3 years, essentially, because the next general election is going to be in 2029. So they've got time to get themselves sorted. I've no idea if they're going to be putting people into the local elections in May, or running the Senate ones in Wales, or up here in Holyrood, Scotland. We will see.
Before he was a Member of Parliament, and he was an excellent Member of Parliament. I really respect Andy Burnham. I've worked closely with him. I've talked about policing with him on a regular basis. We worked very closely together after the Manchester terrorist attack that took place at Heaton Park Synagogue. So, you know, he's an exceptional politician. He's a great member of the Labour team. You know, he's been a great parliamentarian before. He's got to make a case. He's made that case for standing. Our rules require sitting mayors and PCCs, if they want to seek election for another political office, to seek permission. That's what will be happening today.
So you chair that committee. Will you let him do it?
Well, I'm an independent chair of that committee. I don't think it's appropriate for me to start commenting in a way that might be construed as trying to sway the way that the debate takes place. I don't want other members of that officers group that's going to meet later today to feel that I used my position as the NEC chair and speaking in the media this morning in a way to sway that. I'm there to make.
No. We know exactly what you're like, Shabana. You'll be leaning on the other members of the NEC to vote against this. We know this. We know exactly what you're like. And we've been proven correct. Again, imagine that. A leftist being proven correct yet again. Never been known, apparently. So, of course, she did end up... I'm saying, my speculating here, no evidence, no citation, unfortunately. Sorry, just what I'm thinking, my opinion, essentially. I'm pretty sure she was basically weighing heavy on the rest of the members to vote them down to vote against this, because they see it as a challenge, a threat to their dear leader.
Make sure that the debate takes place in the proper way.
But other people, including one of them who would sit on that committee, Lucy Powell, the deputy leader of the party, she and Ed Miliband and Angela Rayner and Sadiq Khan, they have all made it perfectly clear in their view that he should be allowed to run.
I think people are entitled to their views. Lucy has her own mandate from the party membership.
Oh, yeah. I was laughing inside my head about when you said that she's an independent chair. Bollocks. You're lying, Shabana. Independent my arse. Why didn't you just support the Green Party? Jesus fucking Christ, like your party is a fucking meme. What in the bloody hell is exactly so now? Yeah, I don't know. Apparently Galloway's not going to be running. Interesting. I wonder what made him come to that decision. I'd be curious to ask him. He's Scottish, by the way. Obviously, people know that he's Scottish. He's from Dundee, but he was the MP for Hillhead, which is just down. It's the West End. It's Partick, essentially. Kind of a posh area, oddly enough. So, and I'm surprised he isn't running. Curious. I really would like to know why he's not running. I'm not sure if they'll put in someone else. They might. We will find out, obviously. So I don't know if they're going to be having it before the locals or they'll just fire it into the 7th of May. We'll find out. It'll get decided over the next couple of weeks, essentially. If they're just going to have the by-election on the same day as like the locals and the Senate and Holyrood elections. Thursday the 7th of May, friends. Your lass is going to be covering it. So it's the constituency vote first. I'll be covering all of that throughout the night. I'm probably going to try and end myself covering it, but fuck it. It is important. And I care deeply about my country and who gets voted in to Holyrood. Huge relief that he isn't. Are you happy with him being the mayor then? I would have. I'm split down the middle whether I'd want maybe Maybe's no back into the House of Commons, but he's doing well. He's doing great, being the mayor of Greater Manchester, obviously. You're not wrong there, John. You're not wrong. That's getting pinned. Yes, no Galloway. Rejoice. Like, fuck for that. That is getting pinned. You know what? I'll actually go onto my. Where are we?
And of course, she's a member of parliament from that region. And of course, senior politicians, members of the cabinet, other party members, councillors, people will have their own views. Of course they will.
But hang on, they're trying to put the pedal on one side of the metal here. You know, they're trying to say that Andy Burnham should be allowed to run. Well, we understand, and I know it from talking to people around Downing Street myself. They do not want him to run. They see nothing but risk for the Labour Party here, potentially allowing Reform a crack at the mayoralty, costing millions of...
They're not featuring as much in the media. You could class them as a meme at this point, really. We'll see if they put anyone into this by-election. We'll find out over the next couple of weeks, obviously. What do you think, John? Do you think your party will put someone into this by-election? By the way, you put in a deposit with the Electoral Commission and you have to get above 5% of the vote to get your deposit back. So I'm not sure if they can afford it or not. They should be able to, I would assume. But we'll find out if they'll put a candidate into the by-election in Gorton and Denton. It's an absolute clown show that's happening with your party, in my opinion, and I'm still salty about them. I'm a member of the Scottish Green Party, and so the Glasgow branch here. We lost 3 councillors that moved over to your party, so they're your party councillors in Glasgow Council. Plus we lost 2 major organisers, a pretty major one, and I'm still kind of salty about it because they defected to your party. They said one of them said it was the best vehicle for independence. No, it isn't. Sorry, I will not say who this is. I think John, you might know who it is. They're not mentioning because the media is throwing everything at the Green. Yeah. Zach and the Green Party are featuring rather heavily in the news, oddly enough. Yeah, I tend to agree with you, John. I used to like her, but I'm starting to turn. I'm starting to form a different opinion about Zara. Sorry, darling. You used to be good. Remember, she was part of the Labour Party. She lost the whip. She didn't leave. She had to be booted out. So I'm with Kev on this.
We've already got a situation where some of the cabinet are out there saying he should be allowed to run, and the impression from Downing Street is they should not. I mean, it's already a mess, isn't it?
Well, look, I mean, people will have their own views, and the NEC officers group will come to its own decision. And there are different perspectives on this. So, of course, some people will want to. Yes, some people will, of course, want to have Andy as the candidate, and he's obviously made his own case for that. One of the reasons why we brought this rule in, though, is not to say mayors and PCCs can never run for Parliament or other elected office, but because it does have organisational implications. So there will be some who worry about that. There'll be others who just want the strongest candidate in the field. It's a finely balanced discussion. There will be different perspectives amongst members of the National Executive Committee, and it is my job to give a chance for all of those perspectives to be heard.
But if he is one of the most popular politicians, which he certainly is in his region, shouldn't you be welcoming him with open arms?
Well, look, as I say, it's a rule change that was made some time ago in order to deal with this quandary of people who have political office already, but who are seeking a different political office, because it does have implications for the wider party. That's the basis on which the rule change was made.
Which you know, and I know, and everyone watching knows, is that Keir Starmer and his allies are deeply nervous about allowing Andy Burnham into Parliament, because it's no secret he wants his job. That's what this is about.
Look, I think we should take Andy at his own word. I really appreciated the tone of the letter that he wrote yesterday. He addressed that letter to me as the chair, but it was for the wider party as well. And his case, as he has made it, is to want to come in and be part of the team and to take the fight to reform using the success of Manchester as part of that argument.
But if he's also said he could leave the mayoralty up for grabs in reform, which is a much bigger job, with no offence to the individual MPs. That's a huge job compared to being
which let me just deal with that in a moment, but Andy has said in his own words that Keir is the best person to be the Prime Minister, and he's made it very clear in his letter what his motivation is for wanting to come into Parliament. I do believe Andy Burnham, because I take him at his word. I've never had any reason not to take him at his word. I trust him. As I say, we work very closely together, and I am going to take what he says at face value, because I know I can do that with Andy. Separately, there are the fact that there might be another by-election is one of the organisational reasons why these rule changes were made in the first place. So it is finely balanced for some members because they want to consider the trade-off on a parliamentary by-election and a mayoral by-election as well. These are all the different perspectives that will be aired later on today.
And forgive me for talking about Labour Party technical rules, but it's important because it tells us about exactly what is going on right now.
Yeah.
The decision about Andy Burnham is not going to be made.
That's when they were expelling lots of us leftists. The Green Party have already been established. They've been there for years now. I'm surprised that obviously a lot of councillors and other people who were in the Labour Party when they left, when they defected, a lot of them either became independent and a good few of them joined the Greens. I'm quite happy about them joining the Greens. I like that. The Green Party's bloody amazing, especially with Zach at the helm. It's fucking awesome. Based. Love Zach. I'm surprised. I would have hoped that Zara would have joined the Greens back then last year. But no, her and Corbyn formed your party, obviously. And it's just a fucking shit show. what was your former comrade's reaction, John? I'd love to know that. You don't need to tell me who they are or anything or what. Yes. Oh God, yeah. Yeah, your Green Party sucks, man. Just no. Jill Stein, get right. Just fuck off. Yeah. And a bit split about Cornell as well. But your Green Party are fucking woeful. Yes, Polanski is based. Bring it. Yes, the party is terrible for multiple reasons, but the basics is they don't get electoral college in order to become a function. Yeah. Correct, they don't. The duopoly is basically, well, the duopoly is rather powerful, unfortunately. Yeah. Like, they don't have New York, and they don't have Pennsylvania, and they don't have New Jersey as a ballot. Yeah. John O'Barry Media now rarely report accurately on your party. They love the Greens now. Save for NJ. For more on NJ, we could ask Shanna, because that's where she from. She lives in Arizona now, obviously, but that's where Shanna was born and brought up. She's from NJ. She could probably tell us a little bit more about that. So feel free to ask Shanna, or for more on Texas, ask Shanna's wife, Cappy. Cappy, sweetie, I love her. So, Shanna, New Jersey, Capricorn, Texas. So she keeps. Yeah. Well, Kev showed that interview that she had with Politics Joe. She never got asked. She brought them up for whatever fucking reason. Yeah, she does have a nasty habit of slagging off the Greens. Zara, what the fuck are you doing? Just don't. Just don't. Feel free to slag off Labour. Obviously, because you were in the party for years. See?
By the whole group
you don't
of
need to be
Labour's
slating the Greens.
Body. It's going to be made by a smaller group, chaired by you, of people who are considered generally to be allies of the Prime Minister. And we've been passed a letter this morning, a draft of a letter written by the full NEC, the National Executive Committee, that has suggested that any attempt to rule out certain candidates will be seen as undemocratic interference. This current timetable should be
stupid doing it that way.
So that the
you
whole
build at the base, you build at the bottom, local level first, then you go up. You don't go straight to the top, which is stupid.
Is that not the right thing to do here?
Well, I've been on the National Executive for 10 years now, so I have a high regard for the technical rules of the Labour Party. And what I would say is, on lots of these decisions, which are usually made by NEC officers and not always the full National Executive.
John, if you know, how big's the full NEC? I know this is a small portion of it, obviously, that she's the chair of. But I want to know how big the full NEC is, if you know, of course. I think Elron would probably know as well, because he's still in his CLP, because we're trying to get rid of Angela, not Rena Eagle. Elron, where are you, my friend?
Executive Committee. It is not unusual for some members of the full National Executive to say we think the decision should have been made here rather than by officers. But for selections, it is very normal practice. And I say this as somebody who was on the NEC when it was led by Jeremy Corbyn. It's normal practice for selection procedures to be done by the NEC officers.
The problem is, to the critics of Keir Starmer, restricting it to an inner core just makes it look like a stitch-up. You might set light to the whole thing. You've already got members of the cabinet saying, let him run. You've got Labour activists, Labour MPs out there saying, let him run. If Keir Starmer and you and his other allies stop that happening, you're going to end up with an absolute car crash, aren't you? People are already raging about this moment.
Well, look, people have strong views, and it's not unusual in internal Labour Party politics for there to occasionally be, big rows over selections. As I say, I've been around a long time. I've seen parts of this movie before. People will have their views, and look, I fully appreciate.
39, John. I just went and checked. Yeah, Deep Seek's 39. It's fairly big. So it's not the full NEC. I have noticed that, which is a bit sus in my opinion, really. There are certain states that you don't know the amount of Republican members or Democrat. So you think it's around 20 elected from the CLPs, okay, and the others are union members of unions, okay. Thanks, John. Yeah, I would assume they would have been the union members as part of the NEC, obviously. Thank you. Say thank you to John, everyone. He is a font of knowledge, and I mine him for information because... Thank you, John. You're very much appreciated in this stream. I love you, and you help me. So, praise be.
That people have already come out to express some of those views. Others have sought to put an opposing view. It's for the NEC officers to consider the issues in the round. There will be, I think, strong views in the room later on today, and my job is to make sure they're heard. I do appreciate how this looks to the country, by the way, and that's why, I urge all my colleagues that the most important thing to do, and I discussed this on your show before Christmas when there was other briefing as well, Labour governments don't come along very often, and it is our job to make the case to the country every day, to bring change in our country every single day, and to make the most of the great privilege of being the government of our country.
Let's talk then about what you want to do as Home Secretary. You want to make big changes to how the police work in England and Wales, cutting the number of forces and introducing a big national police force. What's the evidence that bigger forces are better? You know, the country's biggest force, the Met, has had some terrible problems. And when this happened in Scotland, Police Scotland was merged out, 8 forces were put together. They've had their fair share of scandals too. What's your evidence that bigger is better?
Welcome, John.
So these reforms are actually a full package. So it isn't just about having a smaller number of forces. We do some good
it's always good to have the information.
We've seen the rates of serious violence like murder, like knife crime come down. But there is an epidemic of everyday crime in this country: shoplifting, phone theft, antisocial behaviour. It feels like those crimes often go unpunished. What I'm trying to do is design a new model for policing in this country, which means that we are capable of dealing with all of that everyday crime, that it is punished, that communities can have confidence that those sorts of criminals won't be able to run amok, and handle have a national police service that can go after the international criminals and domestic criminals who don't respect borders.
But what's the evidence that making these changes is going to make people feel safer in their own communities? Because I have to say, there's a lot of people in that policing world that think actually this is about you having to save money.
No, that is absolutely not what these reforms are about. These reforms are about,
is it not?
These reforms are about making sure that we have a police service that can handle all of the different types of crime that we are seeing in this country. And frankly, what I would say to you, Laura, is we've had a broken model of policing in this country for decades. Most police chiefs that I talk to recognise that having 43 different forces that do everything 43 different ways, and some of those forces, like the Met, handle counter-terror policing, not for London, but for the entire country. So the Met has this issue where it's got this big national capability.
Fixing over-the-shoulder boulder holder. Bras are menace. I feel jealous of people who do not need to use bras. I really do. So I was fixing this. The boubage is rather large. I've taken it after my granny, my mum's mum. She was a well-endowed woman as well. So I was fixing the bra. I really need to go back to Bravissimo and get a decent fitting bra. again, I have 2 of them. They're both in the wash. Well, they were in the wash. They're now drying. They're on the clothes horse, which is right there, right in front of me. So I'm having to use one of my cheaper bras. The one that I'm wearing was it was a 2-pack, and it was £3 for the 2 of them. So you can guess how badly fitting it is. And the strap keeps on falling down, which is rather annoying. Ugh.
That distracts them away from doing policing for the rest of London. So the purpose of my reforms is to take all of those national responsibilities, like...
Hi, Shabana. The Met needs brought down. It needs completely dismantled, completely brought down, completely, and reformed and built up again to make it better. I've been saying this for decades at this point. I do not like the Met. I ask, John, how many Londoners do we have between in my chat and Helena's and in Kev's? I will need to ask our London comrades what their experience is of oh, give me a minute. Let's see. Is that it? Oh. I might actually bring you on. We can go on to this next and you can explain it to me. Might get you to jump into the Discord, into the Numptyverse. So right, let's go back. It's basically corporate security bill, but yes, correct, Shouty. You are completely correct. Back to Shabana, methinks. Take it away, you ghoulish woman.
Sussex, for example, do all of the country's road policing. Well, they should worry about the people of Sussex. Take all of that into the National Police Service, so they do the things that have to be done.
That's fine, yeah, I completely understand why you would do that. I would do the same.
Like going after serious organised crime. And then you have regional forces that within them have local police areas whose one job and only job is to police their local areas and to deal with the everyday crime that we know breaks communities.
When you look, though, at all of your ideas in sum, and there are all sorts of ideas, it is a big package of changes. It also looks like quite a power grab by the Home Secretary. I mean, you want the power back to sack chief constables. It definitely smacks of centralisation. Would you have sacked the West Midlands Police Chief, Craig Guilford, a few weeks ago if you'd had that power after mistakes by his force came into the public domain?
Well, I'll deal with that, but let me do the question on accountability first, because when you are changing this model and to have a national policing model where you have a national police service and regional forces that can deal with specialist investigations and do local policing as well, I think it is important to re-look at the accountability mechanisms.
Well, you're getting rid of some police and crime commissioners, so
yes.
You surely don't deny you're taking more power
no,
from the Home Secretary.
I agree with that, yes, and that is because I think that the model of police and crime commissioners has not worked across the country. Just look at the turnout for elections for police and crime commissioners. So I think it is important because when something goes horribly wrong with policing in this country, everyone does rightly look at the Home Secretary and think,
Christ, I can't remember who it is. Is it Vicky? I don't think it's Vicky. There was someone who's in the chat who used to live in London but has moved out, has left London since. I can't remember who it is. Fuck. Yeah, not many people admit to being Londoners. I don't blame them, really. You also get those... You also get to see the ballots. But this table that I'm working on, I'm trying to get all the data that will make a Markov chain and a Monte Carlo chain because it's easier to predict elections. I have another computer, my phone doesn't function for that. I'm trying to think of a way I could maybe help, because I've got this. Obviously, I've got my laptop to do my streaming and stuff, to do my research. We could maybe talk, and I could help out if you guide me and tell me what to do, and I can do it and I can send it to you. So we can. That's maybe one option for you. I can help out because I've got lots of spare time on my hands when I'm not lying in my bed crying because I'm in pain. But I can help if you like. We can use my resources if you want.
What are you going to do about it? And at the moment, I can say, I actually can't do anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that what happened with West Midlands Police, this is my own local force. I think that's a really important
Birmingham
point
Ladywell,
because,
by the way.
If you can't trust an operational risk assessment made by police, I think that is something that costs a lot of confidence in policing in our country.
And yes or no, would you have sacked him?
Yes, because the Chief Constable of West Midlands Police lost my confidence, and if I had had the power to remove him, I would have used it. He's obviously already now gone, but I think for future cases, it is absolutely important that Home Secretaries, myself or others in the future, have the power to
I do not want the Home Secretary to have all that power, to actually hire and fire and have direct control over constabularies. That is a fucking terrifying prospect. I don't want you to have that power, Shabana. I do not trust you. You're an authoritarian bitch. So hopefully that will never fucking happen, because I don't want any cabinet member, especially her, to have that sort of power. It's just fucking terrifying. I'm sorry, Natok. I saw you in chat. Rejoice, comrades. Natok is here. Hello. Yeah. I do not want the Home Secretary to have that fucking power. It is, very Trumpian. It's fucking terrifying. I'm here if you need any help, Sock, now, especially with that sort of collating of data and stuff. So feel free to reach out to me. Obviously, I am here. I can help if you want. I do not want you to have that level of power, Shabana. I don't trust you at all. Screams in chat if you do not want this woman to have power. That amount of power over the policing. Just fuck off. No. You do, yes. It's different voting systems you've got on the island and on the mainland, yeah.
Intervene when things have catastrophically broken down.
You said recently an interesting thing. You said it was your dream that the eyes of the state can be on you at all times. Now, you were talking about the use of technology in policing, but what do you say to voters that might think that sounds a bit creepy? The Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, is watching you.
Well,
I will pass that on to Mr. The Brazen. John, can you help me? Can you answer Socknow's question? Because you directly live in England, so you've got more. I can tell you about our policing up here in Scotland, the different legal systems, different ways of policing up here, by the way, Socknow. So we're different from what happens in England and Wales. So John might be able to help you. John, can you help me with that question?
I think that my quote should be read in context. I was talking about the fact that given that the prison system has been on the brink of collapse and this government has had to stop the collapse of our prison system, we've obviously brought in changes to sentencing, which will bring in more community sentences. And I think that technology has the potential, the next generation of tagging and other developments, to make sure that actually if somebody is serving a sentence outside of prison, the eyes of the state can still be on that person, just as they are on that person when they are in prison. So I think that the quality of punishment, which is necessary when people break our laws, they should rightly be punished. I think it can be just as strong if delivered in the community with technology being used.
Basically wants a system like in the minority to prosecute people for... Yes. A short novella by, Shabana. Yes, a short story by Philip K. Dick. Yeah, terrifying. That's the kind of power that she wants. Just, no. That's thought crime. That's thought policing. No, fuck off.
Used as it is in prison. So I was making a bigger case about how technology, I think, does have the power to unlock effective punishment, whether that's in a prison or outside of a prison.
So you weren't trying to freak people out.
But in addition, I do think that AI and other technology like live facial recognition can transform the way that policing operates. And I will be setting out more proposals in that area as well. But we've seen with the Met, for example, over 1,000 extra arrests made because they've been using live facial recognition. It's important tech that I think can cut crime.
And just very
facial
briefly,
recognition doesn't
time,
work,
the BBC
by the way.
reported a story this week about technology.
It works as well as the person
people
programming it.
filming women, sometimes in swimwear with smart glasses, then uploading that footage to online where it then got millions of views, and they sometimes were then harassed online. That's something that's not illegal at the moment. Filming without public consent is perfectly permitted, but is that something that the government should look at?
Well, I think the ability of technology to be used in a way that can harass women, I think it's an ever-changing environment. We've taken action against intimate image abuse on nudification apps. So, you know, we take this stuff very, very seriously. We won't tolerate new modes of technology being used to create more violence against women and girls, more harassment. So I will obviously look at what this case is showing. We've taken action before, we won't hesitate to take action again.
Home Secretary, I know we literally have to let you go because you're off to go and chair that meeting that will decide Andy Burnham's fate. Maybe if it happens quickly, you can text in and tell us what the decision was, but it's always good to have you with us in the studio.
Doesn't sit until 11 o'clock, Laura.
Now then, it is a busy old morning and it's time for the next episode in our box set of interviews with the party leaders as 2026 gets into full swing. The Lib Dems at the moment have got more MPs than they've had in decades. There's Sir Ed Davey celebrating that success, and they've been racking up support in councils around the country. But it seems like it's the Greens and Reform who've been making the running in most of the last few months. The Lib Dem leader has been very punchy when it comes to the American president, but some people in the party are wondering why the Lib Dems aren't making up more ground when clearly so many voters are up for grabs right now. Well, Sir Ed Davey's with us in the studio. Always
Morning.
good to have you with us on a Sunday. Let's start then with President Trump. We discussed this with Greg Swenson from Republicans Overseas. He says Trump has done the right thing now to clarify his comments. Is that enough for you?
Well, it's a sense of relief, and it's great that the King wrote that note. And that Trump has backed down because those comments were awful. I've never seen so many families upset. Obviously, they've lost loved ones. Some of our veterans, of course, have got life-changing injuries because of the bravery they showed.
Correct, they didn't, John.
And it was
Funny
quite
that.
appalling for President Trump to make those comments. So I'm relieved he has backed down, grateful for the King for his intervention. It doesn't change my view of Donald Trump, I have to say. And it doesn't change my view that this government's approach to Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah, that's what they want, Sock, now.
When it comes to Donald Trump, do you think he's fundamentally right about defence?
No, because of the way he's supported, I think, Vladimir Putin in some of the aspects of
funny that they
Ukraine.
don't mention surveillance.
He is right to say that NATO, and particularly in Europe, needs to step up and increase defence spending, and he's been part of the way that has changed our debate. But so has Vladimir Putin. And I think capitals across Europe are deeply troubled, rightly, that Vladimir Putin poses a new style of threat. And that's why Liberal Democrats have argued that we need to increase defence spending. Today, we've called on the government to issue war bonds so we can increase the amount of money available to invest in defence far more quickly. The government say they want to do that, but they haven't actually shown how we're going to get to 3% of GDP by the end of this decade.
Do you think we're at war?
I think we are almost like a Cold War type scenario, aren't we? We've seen a lot of evidence of Russia using drones, using their submarines, the shadow fleets and so on. This is a serious threat. And we need to move far faster than the government's been doing. We've seen, for example, Poland using things like we're now arguing for these war bonds to increase their defence spending quickly, and we need to go rapidly. And my fear, particularly with the approach of Donald Trump, is that what we have understood for over 75 years, that the NATO alliance would hold together. There has to be a question, I regret to say, deeply regret to say, because of President Trump, there has to be a question about whether we can rely on the United States. And with him in the White House, they're no longer a reliable ally. We have to step up and fast.
Let's then talk, though, about this idea of what you are calling war bonds, which have been used before, but in times of genuine conflict, when there were bombs falling on British households back in the World Wars. How actually would it work? How much money do you think you could raise? And a lot of people might think, well, hang on a minute, this is just government borrowing with a fancy name on it.
No, well, first of all, it's been done before. The Conservatives issued green gilts in 2021 to increase support for climate change. They then changed their position on climate change, which sort of undermined their approach.
That was a very different thing. I mean, people will say, actually, if we want to increase defence spending in this country, there has to be a conversation about where that money comes from. But racking up tens of billions of pounds of extra debt, and even if you tuck it somewhere else in the accounts...
Well, I'm happy to
explain how, how would it work?
Well, we've argued that you should do this over the next 2 years, so time limited and capped to 20 billion. That would make a massive increase in the short term, which is really, really needed. And I think they're both a psychological impact, not just on the public wanting to support patriotically our defence, but also institutional investors, knowing it was hypothecated and was going to our defence industry. What our defence industry needs to know is that it can afford to invest because the money is there from the government behind it over a long period of time. And I think only by taking these measures can you send the message, the signal to the markets, as well as to the defence industry, that we're serious about this.
But just to be really clear about what you're proposing, you're suggesting that the government should ask to borrow money from financial markets or even from members of the public who want somewhere to stash their cash or invest their pension to spend specifically on defence.
I think everyone can see that since the last election, things have changed dramatically. The way that Putin is prosecuting that war, but as significantly, the attitude of Donald Trump to supporting European defence. And therefore, because there's been that change, we need a step change in the speed that we are rearm as a country, working with our European allies, working with our Commonwealth allies, and we're calling on this. And it's not just money, by the way. We need to look at other things. There's something called the JEF, the Joint Expeditionary Force, set up by the UK with 10 Northern European nations. I think we need to push that further and faster. We should invite Canada to join it. We need to take this way more seriously than I think many people are.
But isn't calling for more borrowing avoiding a much harder conversation about the way that the public pie is currently split up in this country with ever-growing budgets on welfare and the NHS? Isn't the really courageous conversation to have as an opposition party? Might that not be to say you've got to have a long, hard think about all of that?
Well, we're up for those conversations and we've been engaging with them. I think I've done that with you on previous interviews. But to be fair, we have talked about a digital services tax being increased significantly. We could raise a lot more money. That's been done in other countries. We've talked about a European rearmament bank. Because I think you've got to work with Europe. So there's a whole set of ideas that we put forward, and we're up for all those conversations. We've called for cross-party talks, because if we're going to go beyond 2030 to 3.5%, that's hugely significant, and I think we'll need consensus. So we're up for that debate.
Let's then talk a bit more about Donald Trump. I mean, you have deliberately, I think, and I think with some vigour, been pretty rude about Donald Trump. You've made it clear, like many people in your party, and perhaps
she needs to realise that. I don't think she does.
Behaved. If you were Prime Minister, which of course is your ultimate ambition, would you call him things like a bully and an international gangster?
I think my language might be a little more nuanced. I think that's fair to say.
You're doing it for headlines.
My approach would be the same. I'm trying to make sure that the Prime Minister hears that he has to change his approach, because it hasn't worked. And actually, the week before President Trump was inaugurated, we could hear what he said in the election campaign about tariffs, about protectionism, and I was deeply alarmed about the impact that would have on our country, on jobs, on the cost of living. So I made a speech about us joining the customs union, so we had other alternatives, and that is a strategy that I've advocated.
Yay! He took his FPE pill this morning. God, they're obsessed with getting back in, aren't they, John? By the way, I'm Lexit now. We just need a decent left-wing government to take full advantage of being outside the EU, especially we never went into the Eurozone. My God, I'm actually going to praise Gordon Brown for that one. Thanks, Gordon. People like her can't look in the mirror. Maybe she should. She really should look in the mirror. Will she though? Doubtful.
Alternatives to President Trump and the US. While they're this is really important. While they're no longer a reliable ally on the economy or on defence, we have to look at alternative coalitions. I've talked about an economic coalition of the willing, a military coalition of the willing. That is serious politics, and I'm afraid the Prime Minister hasn't stepped up.
But by being less rude than you, the Prime Minister has actually managed to get the UK a better trade deal with the US than any other country. And you've admitted if you were in his job, you wouldn't be able to be as rude.
No, the trade deal that I want, the customs union with the EU, would
but that's a different point.
No, let me finish. It would
Correct,
yield far more for our country. And actually, the Europeans got a much better deal than people actually thought. And here's the point. How did we get Trump to back down on Greenland? It wasn't the UK. It was the EU saying we've got a bazooka of retaliatory tariffs. That hit the US stock market. No doubt President Trump's billionaire friend said, hold on a minute, this is hitting us in the pocket. Donald, I think you should back down. And the European Union's got him to...
well, have you been inside Donald Trump's brain? I mean, look, lots of people have been making guesses.
Really
David Lammy claimed that it was about UK pressure. Who knows? It may well have been a bit of both. But I think you certainly can't say categorically why Donald Trump stepped back
You
from
can't
pressure.
say anything categorically about Donald Trump, and that's the problem. He's so unpredictable, and I really worry for America, actually. I think he's doing great damage to their economy and their standing in the world.
Let's talk about your standing then, because the Lib Dems had a great general election in terms of extra bums on seats on the Green benches. But when you look at recent polling, you've been lagging behind Reform. The Greens are absolutely been romping up. And it's interesting, you have more than 10 times the number of MPs than Reform.
It is an idiot
constantly membership, where the kind of excitement is in politics right
Trump
now.
Is the biggest threat
We've been taking a look at the numbers. The Green Party is now at 170,000, Reform more than 270,000. And your numbers, or the latest ones we can find in the public domain, are way down behind at 59,000. Why are you not getting people to join your cause?
Well, first of all, the numbers you see there, they were...
John, do we believe this? Do we believe this number? We believe this one, obviously. That is accurate, that one. Roughly about 170,000. Fucking amazing. Love it. Based. Do we believe this number? Because I don't think they publish their full members, their full party membership, do they? But look at the poor Lib Dems on 59,000. Oh, poor diddums. I wonder how many of that 59,000 are up here. I'd be curious to find that out. Like when I heard about this situation, I was like, "They've what?" Trust me, you're not you're not alone in thinking that, Sock, now. 188, so not that much ahead of the Greens. I thought the 270 was a bit sus. Thank you, John. Alright, that makes sense. Like, technically, Rupert isn't part of Reform anymore. Neither's Ben Habib. But the 188,000 seems a bit more plausible, in my opinion, really. The 270,000 seems a bit sus. Oh, 188,000 for the Greens. Oh. Oh, I like that. That's good. Oh, they'll never say. They'll never say that, John. We know this. I think the Green Party is going to increase the more of the issues in the US. I get worse because Reform is just another... Well, yeah, correct, Sock now. Yeah. There's a reason I call him Manfrog and his band of merry fucking lunatics, after all. It'll be fun to see who they put into Gorton and Denton. We'll find out, see what fucking clown they put in there to run for that constituency. We will find out, obviously. With any fucking luck, the Greens will win that seat. Beast. Bring it. Fuck it. Carry on, Ed.
The members we had when we got our best election result for...
So what are they now then?
They're about the same.
Okay.
So we got our best result with those members for over 100 years. And I'm really proud of our members. They're very active, probably the most active members of any political party.
But why aren't you growing like the others are?
Well, I don't think membership is the key metric.
I'll give them one thing. Helena said this in the past. Their groundwork is amazing, especially considering the size of their party membership, less than 60,000, and their groundwork is really quite good. Party members must be fucking knackered. So she's the other, right. Do you think there's, I was going to cover her. Do you think there should be, if I just type in Hannah Spencer, I'll find her on YouTube? Obviously, we can go into Google News as well and check if there's any sort of articles about her. But I'd love to see videos of her. You could maybe do that for me, John, if you're not too busy, and post it in the Discord. What channel would be best? Give me a second, I'll go into the Discord. See what channel would be best for it. Give me a second, my friends. Is that taken? There we go. It's in the Discord now, so post anyone there or any information about upcoming by-elections and possible candidates, both for England in either by-elections or the locals. Your party as well, fuck it, why not? So there you go, have fun, post anything for the upcoming elections in May in there, including candidates, things like that. So, thank you. Feel free to put lots of stuff in there for me. And for anyone else, obviously.
That I'm focused on. I note, for example, that when Jeremy Corbyn was leading the Labour Party, they had a massive increase in members, dwarfing those, and they had their worst defeat since 1935. So membership isn't what I'm focused on.
You don't care about having members?
Of course I do, but I'm focused more on winning. I believe we have a moral responsibility to win, more than ever before. Our country has a grave threat in the form of Farage and Reform linked to the Tories who are going towards them. We won seats at the last election and can win more seats that would stop Reform
to the
and the Conservatives. So that moral responsibility to win is what drives me, and I'm very focused on that. And by the way, we're doing that pretty well. The last general election, as you admitted, we had our best result for over 100 years with this strategy of winning.
But there is a difference. Since the last general election, we have seen something very unusual in this country. There are tens and tens of thousands of people joining political parties, many of them for the first time, whether it's joining Reform or whether...
I can't remember when this interview was. This was after he was leader, so a good few years after he basically... 3 years ago this interview was, maybe 2, but probably 3. Aaron interviewed him for Downstream, so a few years ago. He would bring in policies to actually help fund the nations and things of that nature, and he would rather us stay to feel the effects of the policies him and John McDonnell were going to be bringing in if they became the government when he was party leader. So he wanted us to remain part of the stay in the union and reap the benefits of all the policies that they were going to be introducing if they became government. Obviously that didn't fucking happen. It's the same for, well, the current Labour Party don't want us to have our independence at all, and don't want us to have our voice heard. They've made that pretty much evident. And with their loyal little puppet up here in Holyrood, they wouldn't give us even if we fucking wiped them out, take all the constituencies here in Scotland and the rest of the unionist parties, the Lib Dems, the Tories, Labour, other ones maybe, I don't think Alba, I think Alba are irrelevant now really. So the unionist parties essentially, they'd all just have lists. They wouldn't have constituencies, and that we're on track to actually get all the constituencies. Still first past the post, obviously garbage voting system. But they would, even if we took all of them, and even if we managed to get all the Westminster constituencies as well, they still fucking wouldn't give us our vote back. They really don't want us to have our voice heard. Douglas Alexander can fucking do one. And so can Ian Murray as well. We've had a shower of fucking ghouls as the Scottish Secretary. I don't like them at all. Blairite fucking bastards, essentially. Just fuck off. They do not want our voice to be heard. Don't worry, we will still be here talking and shouting out about this stuff. And most of the time, us Scottish leftists and independent supporters, we keep on saying the correct things. We get proven correct time and time again, and they just disregard us. Fantastic. Fine, be like that. We're just going to get fucking louder. And with that waiting in the wings, possibly going to be becoming our next Prime Minister, I'll keep on saying this until I'm blue in the face. I will go to B&Q myself and get the fucking shovel and dig the trench myself. Yeah. Sorry, my English comrades, I really do feel for yous. But in the intervening years between now and the next general election, and if that fucking bastard becomes Prime Minister, you're more than welcome to move up here. And I will say again, I will dig the trench myself.
It's joining the Greens. And there are people in your own party who think, hang on a minute, we're just not exciting people. And as the leader, you've got a responsibility for that, haven't
I'm
you?
about exciting voters when they go to the ballot boxes. And it's not just the last general election we had brilliant results. Last May, we beat Labour and the Conservatives in the local elections for the first time
Amanda
ever.
Gardner, the candidate.
And if you take all the council by-elections in last year, who won
rumoured
the
she won't
most?
be the candidate.
The
Thank
Liberal
you, John.
Democrats. It was Reform closely behind us. That's fair. Other parties nowhere. So that's my strategy of winning, and it's working. And I want to tell colleagues, it's so serious that we win, to stop Reform, to stop Farage, and I think, in many seats, we're the only ones who can do that. And I want to win for the fair deal we promised people at the last election. I talked about helping people to be able to afford to live a decent life, to have public services like the NHS they could rely on. We are the only party that has a plan to deal with the cost of living, the only party with a plan to rescue our NHS. So it's important that we win for our values and our policies so we can help the British people. It's also important that we stop Nigel Farage and the Conservatives backing him, a coalition of chaos which would damage our democracy fundamentally, possibly forever.
So, Ed, thank you very much indeed for coming in this morning. Always good to have you with us, and a glimpse there of the complicated jigsaw of the politics in this country that we now live in. And next week we'll have the next in our series of leader interviews. Zach Polansky, the Green leader, will join us. He's been making quite a bit of running, and it will be interesting to see what his...
Can't wait. You better be good, Laura. I swear to God. Yeah. But yeah, Zach next week. Going to be fun. Yeah. And I think the following week it'll be John Swinney, so he's the First Minister and he's the leader of the SNP. So Zach next week and the following week, John Swinney. I think that's the order she's doing it in.
Party plans to do in the by-election that will soon be upon us, where Andy Burnham, of course, is hoping to stand. And as ever, let us know what's on your mind. Send us an email, kuenssberg@bbc.co.uk. If you're social media inclined, we'll talk about that later on. You can use the hashtag BBC Laura Kay, and drop us a WhatsApp if you like, 08000 282 161. Shami. Shabana Mahmood trying there to take a very careful line. As chair of the NEC, I couldn't possibly tell you what I think about Andy Burnham's prospect of running. It does seem, though, that Starmer's allies are going to try to stop it happening. What would happen if they go ahead with that approach?
I just think it would be a terrible mistake. And to be fair to her, she did refer to Andy Burnham as an exceptional politician. She appreciated the tone of his letter and took him at his word. She's an adept politician and an ambitious one herself. And I don't think she would want to be seen after today to be associated with a very, very cagey, nervous, defensive decision to... I mean, if we started blocking candidates who might one day want to be Prime Minister, those green benches empty, right? So I really, really hope that the NEC are kind of smart. The threat facing the country from the populist far right is greater than any individual, any faction, even probably than any one party.
But why has Keir Starmer got himself into this position?
Some very bad advice, perhaps. Some
very bad advice. I wonder from who. Guess it's on a postcard to Glasgow. Thanks. I wonder who might have given him bad advice. Obviously, I have no idea. I am not in the Labour Party. Sorry, I couldn't resist that one. Fucking hell.
Perhaps some very, very aggressively factional advisors in number 10. I don't know, people who leak and brief the whole time and never put their names to the quotes, as Wes Streeting said from another wing of the party. I think the NEC should allow Andy Burnham to put himself forward.
Well, we will see what happens.
Well, Shammy, they don't.
Maybe we'll know by 10 o'clock, but that seems rather unlikely. Greg, I know, as a Republican, that you spend a lot of time in this country watching on. We'll come to American politics in a second, but watching on, what do you make of this kind of... I'm afraid it is a soap opera, really, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think if they did prevent him from running, it could really backfire. And I think Shammy's got a great point. And this happened in the U.S. During the last presidential cycle when the Democrats prevented Dean Phillips, legitimate candidate, a congressman in the U.S. House, prevented him, kept him off the ballot in several states. And look what happened.
But one of the things that Keir Starmer's allies often say about this is that, look, he's the guy who Donald Trump will pick the phone up to in this country. I mean, how valuable is that? And also, how genuine is that?
Yeah, there's always that question of, does he really have that kind of relationship? There is some merit to that argument if he doesn't.
Sock now, good question. Answers on a postcard. I have no idea why this creature is getting used more often. Oh, fuck, who would I prefer, him or Piers? They're both fucking wankers, essentially. God, I hate Piers. John, who would you say would be more preferable, this individual or Piers? His voice is a lot easier to cope with. His voice is a lot smoother. I don't like Piers's voice for some reason. I don't like the man. Yeah. Just fuck off, Piers, essentially. You're a YouTuber like me and Kevin Helena and My Left Eye. So, you might have a bigger audience, so fuck it. You're still a YouTuber and you're still a wanker. Put Mehdi on. I would love that. Mehdi's fucking awesome. Yeah. But invite Mehdi over. He's still got family here, so he visits. He comes over to see his family that's still live here in the UK. Obviously, his main family, his wife and his kids, are in the States. But yeah, invite Mehdi on. That'd be fucking awesome. I like him. He is good. Yeah, he is dual citizenship, so he's both American and British. He's got the two passports, so he's got an American passport and a British one. So yeah, he's dual citizenship, so still British. He was born and brought up here. But he's an American citizen, he's naturalised. I believe so. Because he's still a British citizen, so he gets to vote. I don't know where he's from. Hang on, let's find out. Mehdi. Okay. Mehdi Hasan. Fucking what the fuck? He's born in the same year as me. Dear God. 10th of March. 10th of July. So I'm a little bit older than Mehdi. He's from Swindon. Oh my God. Mehdi, have you met Carl? I pity you if you have. Sargon's a fucking bellend. British-American broadcaster, journalist and founder of the media company Zeteo, he presented the Mehdi Hasan show on Peacock from October 2020 and on MSNBC from February 21 until the show's cancellation in November. MSNBC only had him for 2 years. Fair enough. He went to Christ Church at Oxford. Began his television career as a researcher, then produced fucking hell, Jonathan Dimbleby. Following a stint at Politics Show, he became deputy executive producer on Sky's... Oh, he was on Sunrise. Before moving to Channel 4 as editor of news and current affairs. Appointed senior editor at the New Statesman. Presenter for Al Jazeera English. He moved to DC to work full-time in Al Jazeera on Upfront and hosted a deconstructed podcast produced online. Oh, he worked for The Intercept. Cool. Co-author of the biography of... Oh, Ed. Okay. So Maddie's from Swindon.
Indeed have that ability, and you want to have someone who can have President Trump pick up the phone with.
And is it genuine though?
That's the challenge. I don't know.
Yeah, that's interesting. You don't know. I mean, Jonathan, you've been observing all of this, and again, you were in Davos last week. But do you think that politics in the world we live on now is sort of inevitably going to be a circus?
Well, yes, I think each year is going to be the sanest year that we ever have again. Because ever since social media came in, the world in which our liberal democracies evolved, the world of print, the Gutenberg era, had a level of stability. And since the mid-2010s, everything's moved on to social media platforms, and now it's all moving on to AI, where nobody will know what's true. So I'm really afraid for the future of our liberal democracies because their founding assumptions are being violated, first by social media and now by AI.
But what do you see as the president's role in all of that? I mean, it's always the middle of the night for us. You wake up on a Sunday morning thinking, what are you going to see then? You speak to people in government who say every day they have an anxious reach for the mobile to see whether or not he's posted. Yeah. As an American observer, what do you see as his particular role in all of this?
Well, if you have a house that's in danger of going up in flames and you're somebody who likes to smoke and throw the matches, I think that's not wise. And I think in this world, to be insulting our allies, to be creating instability, a stable world order with a lot of trade benefits the United States very much along with our allies. That was the whole idea. So I am very concerned, and I see technology making it much harder to come back to normal.
And we're going to talk more about tech in a second, but Shami, just briefly as we bring this discussion to a close, your background is in the law. What do you think of Shabana Mahmood's plans to have quite a big centralisation of police?
Well, speaking of AI, etc., I was glad to see her slightly walk back from the panopticon dream that was
is watching you.
That was quoted all over social media and saying, no, this is about community sentences and prisons, because that was not a smart quote. That was doing the rounds on social media.
Correct.
In terms of having a national police service, I think there is a very strong argument for that in terms of dealing with online harms, dealing with serious crime. I don't think the Home Office press release that said dubbed Britain's FBI was the smartest press release, particularly given what's happening with ICE.
Pressure build up, so I needed to release some gas essentially. So. Much better.
In the US at the moment, so we're very proud of our policing tradition. We don't need to be, Britain's FBI, but I think there's an argument for that.
Okay,
absolutely.
I think that was a mixed review. A thumbs up and a bit of a
positive.
Okay, all right. Well, it's been years, and we've already touched on it this morning, since we've been talking in this studio about the downsides that come along with the upsides and the excitement of spending time online. But this week, the Lords voted to ban social media for kids. after Australia made the move in November last year. The government says they're going to think about it for the next few months, but some families who've lost their children, they believe because of what went wrong online, think that every single day of delay is another day of danger for young people. Many of you, I'm sure, will remember Esther Jai, the mother of Brianna, who was killed by 2 other teenagers. We first met Esther back in February 2024. And Ellen Groom, we spoke to last year, her son Jules died after taking part in a challenge shared on social media platforms. Ellen and several other British families who believe their kids lost their lives because of those challenges on TikTok are suing TikTok in America. Well, Ellen and Esther both dropped by here yesterday ahead of a march in Westminster tomorrow to call.
Getting quick. I've made this a short poll, so 3 minutes. I'll just leave that sitting there, and I'll read what Sock Now said. But do you think that the US Republican that lives in the UK cares? Like, I don't understand why they put expats of the US in the broadcast when they don't care about their home if they cared. We would live in a mess to see how it feels and how they can protect it at home. But it's so easy to go into the media. Correct, Sock Now. Yeah. I don't know why they've had him on a fair amount on our media over the last couple of weeks, essentially, since the start of the new year, essentially. I've seen him three times. So today, Thursday on Question Time, and a couple of weeks ago as well, he's been on. I don't know why they keep on putting him on, I really don't. Right, fair enough, he lives here. He reports back to the Tangerine dictator in the White House. But, So no, I was being genuine, I was being serious. If you want to jump in and you can help explain that table you've created, you can jump into the Numptyverse if you want. I'd really love to have you on to explain it to us all. Ah, yeah. I got that. I'll do my shout outs while this poll is going on. Rejoice, comrades. Mr. E is here. Hello, Mr. E. The fuck? Why are you not working? Shout out, Sock, now. Curious why that's not working. Everyone, go and follow Sock now. He is awesome. Right, will this work? Let's try Helena. Very curious about why that's not working. I'll need to ask Shanna about that. Shout it, Sock now. I'll just say, go and follow Sock now. He is awesome. Oh, it's finished. Yeah, no one voted. Fuck it, we'll move on.
Call for tougher rules.
Actually wrote.
With the tip of the spear forward with that.
Biggest Robert Jenrick
that this is bonkers to have kids growing up on these platforms.
Okay, well, it's a conversation that we've been having in this studio for a long time, and it's certainly changed over time. So it's great to have you with us this morning. We'll be back with you guys a bit later on, because it's not just.
Yeah, it is embarrassing. I asked Talita, she might have missed it, but the one that used to be there instead of Greg Swenson was Kate Andrews. Oh Christ. So I assume she's went back home. So she used to be what he does now, the Republicans overseas. So she was based in the UK for a while. Yes. Good luck trying to soften his image. I don't think it's possible. Not the way he's currently acting, the tangerine menace that he is. In a certain way, I feel for any of the ones that they send over, these Republicanos. It is really embarrassing, isn't it? Just, nah. Yeah, go back home, Greg. We don't need you here. We really don't. And I would say the same about Piers, but he's British. He lived and worked here for decades before he moved over. Well, technically he is here in the UK because he broke his hip. Oh, poor Piers. So he's still in hospital, I think.
It's Labour that's having a rough ride, keeping everybody together. Tory defectors have become quite the thing. The biggest, Robert Jenrick, slammed the Tory leadership last week when he went off to reform. But there's a new push from the other side of the right, those Conservatives who might call themselves sensible, moderate, who are a bit worried about the party moving to the right. You will recognise
Ruth Davidson, moderate, my arse. Pull the other one, there's bells on it. We call her Ruth the Muth for a reason. She's a baroness, she's in the other place. Boo. And Andy Street's a former mayor of the East Midlands, John, isn't he? You can be at your home in the UK, but you can't talk about this stuff representing a relationship. Yeah, correct, Sock now. Yeah, correct.
Ruth Davidson, the party's former leader in Scotland, and Sir Andy Street, the former mayor of the West Midlands.
West Midlands? That means he was the mayor for fucking Kev. I thought it was the East Midlands.
who are a bit worried about the party moving to the right. You will recognise Ruth Davidson, the party's former leader in Scotland, and...
I can't quite make out who this is. Former Scottish Secretary David Mundell. Piss off. Obviously Ruth. Murdo Fraser. Piss off, Murdo. And this is the Scottish poppy. It's different from the English one, which has the oak leaf. Yuns and Goons. So, he was constituency MP for somewhere in the borders, Dumfriesland, Coopershire, I believe. And he's list MSP for my home shire of Perth, so he's on the list for Perth. So Perth returned that creature. He has tried so many times to become the constituent MSP, running against Swinney, of all people. Get wrecked, Murdo. You're never going to become a constituency MSP for my home shire. We don't vote like that. Just go away. Just fuck off. Because of the way our voting, the additional member system, the D'Hondt system we use, so you get the constituencies first, use the results from the constituency to get the list made up. We will find out if he runs again for Swinney's seat. He might not. We will find out in short order, obviously, over the next sort of month and a half, so February, March, maybe into early. So we'll find out by early April if he's going to try and unseat Swinney. Reform's going to try that as well, to unseat Swinney. Oh God, don't make me laugh. My face will get contorted by laughing so much.
And Sir Andy Street, the former mayor of the West Midlands. They've come together trying to create what they are calling a movement to fight for the centre ground. But are they really trying to help Kemi Badenoch after all?
So tomorrow we will be launching a new political movement. That's an important word. It's not a party, it's a movement. It's very much of the centre-right, and it's saying that there are actually millions of people in the centre-right of politics who actually don't feel at the moment that there is a party that's representing them. So we want to step forward with a national movement, grassroots movement, to get out there talking to voters and particularly to businesses to bring forward ideas. The tip of the spear is very much around the economy and the bread and butter issues about making people feel better off in this country.
But Ruth, why aren't the Conservatives representing those people at the moment?
Well, I have to say, I think Kemi's getting more and more onto talking about business, and we frankly want to see more of it. But this is about people that feel that the Conservative Party left them, but also feel that they don't have a home in Labour or the Liberal Democrats. And we've done a large amount of polling and research before launching this. We've identified 7 million people that say they're either of the centre or the centre-right, that feel that there is no political party that represents them, and we want to go out and speak to them. But
Andy Street, Sir Andy Street, oddly enough, Conservative mayor for the West Midlands region, which is where Kev's in Birmingham, so that was his mayor for a while. Can we class him as one of the... John, would you say that Andy Street's like one of the One Nationers, essentially? The nice, kind and fluffy arm of the Tories, not the right-wing nutters like Kemi or Jenrick. Obviously he's reformed now, and those ones. So yeah, Labour is centre right now. Yeah, they do not represent Labour. They do not. They represent business. They've been captured. The amount of business donors to the party, plus the unions, I keep on saying disaffiliate because they're not representing your members anymore. So Andy Street and Ruth Davidson, who was this Scottish Conservative and Unionist leader up here and in Holyrood, essentially. I don't like her. I don't. She's a Tory at the end of the day. She is a lesbian. No, but she's still a Tory. So, yeah, One Nation, essentially. People like David Gauck, Mel Stride, to a certain extent, Cleverly as well. Not like the lunatics like Kemi Badenoch, Kwasi Kwarteng, Helen Whately, all those ones. Most of the shadow cabinet, essentially, they're all fucking right-wing ghouls and monsters and fucking idiots. These two are seen as the more moderate part of the Tory party, if such a thing exists. Remember, they're still supporting Kemi, so fuck the pair of them. Are so right-handed they are hitting themselves on the back of their leg. Yeah. I really, really fucking hope Labour and the Tories get absolutely mortalised up here in Holyrood. I really do. They fuck the pair of their parties fucking deserve it. And if obviously Labour's got constituencies, but like I said, the polling is looking good for them to get completely wiped out, and the SNP to get all the constituencies, and with Greens having a chance, if we do good groundwork across the country, they might become the main opposition. Or obviously they give the confidence and supply to an SNP majority government here in Holyrood, which would be good. And the unionist parties, the Tories, Labour and the Lib Dems, just get a fucking severe bloody nose. And like I say, they fucking deserve it. The three parties are fucked. As far as I'm concerned, they can all just piss off. We will see, obviously. 101 days until the election up here and in the Senate. On you go, Plaid.
Do you both still see yourselves as Conservatives, and are you both still thinking that Kemi Badenoch is the right person to lead the party? And just to establish that.
Yes, so thank you for asking that question, because we want to be really clear about this. We both, and indeed the other people who will be supporting us who are politicians, will be very, very clear. We are committed Conservatives, would be my word. I've been a member of the Conservative Party, well, between us for 60 years. That is not changing. And we believe that Kemi Badenoch should be the next Prime Minister of this country. No fudging that at all.
But if everything was tickety-boo, Andy Street, why do you have to do this at all? I mean, there's 7 million people in the country who don't feel that the Conservatives are representing them. So what is it that you disagree with that she's doing?
So it's quite consistent to be a Conservative, but to say there is still a lot of ground here that the Conservative Party has got to recover. This country succeeds when business really succeeds. Now, has the Conservative Party yet won back the confidence of business? Have we talked about how investment's going to be encouraged, how entrepreneurism is going to be encouraged, how the tax system works to really get business investment up as best as possible? So there are really fertile areas that will stretch the remit of the current party and win back those people who perhaps have not come back yet.
What about what some people in the middle of the Tory party who see themselves as sort of sensible, what about the way that the Conservative Party now talks about issues of immigration, or, for example, Ruth leaving the European Convention on Human Rights? Do you support that?
Well, look, I think it's really natural that all political parties that are either in government or seeking to be in government talk about...
Yeah. Well said, Shouty. Yeah. You do not need to say at all, you don't need to dox yourself, but I'm curious, are you Scottish, or are you English, or are you Wales, or are you somewhere else on this pretty blue planet of ours? By your name, I think you might be Scottish, but I might be wrong, obviously. I'd love to know whereabouts you are based. Again, you don't need to dox yourself. I come from the glorious city of Glasgow, the best city in the world, as far as I'm concerned. Ooh, Traveller, welcome. welcome. It is great to have you here. She still thinks that the Tories are the best one for the UK and for Scotland. Ruth, you are incorrect. I will counter you at every fucking turn, obviously, like I did when you were in Holyrood. Your family near here? Sweet. Like I say, Glasgow is the best city in the world. Come at me, Londoners. Or come at me, New Yorkers, or Los Angelans, or San Franciscans, or fucking anyone really. Miami.
Who should be in the country, and all
Paris.
countries get to decide their own immigration policy. But let's look at how we make sure we balance the sorts of people that we need because we've got skill gaps or whatever, with the sort of people and the numbers of people that we don't want to have here. Now, there is a way to do that, and that is part of economic policy, and I'm sure that's something that this group will go on to look at and do
But
the
that sounds
research
like
on.
you're not really answering the question. I mean, do you think that, are you comfortable with the party's new plan, is that if they get back into government, they would leave the European Convention on Human Rights?
Look, that's not something that this group is particularly going to be looking at. What
No,
we
but do
are
you support that? I mean, it's a fundamental principle now. Kemi Badenoch has been clear that that is part of her vision of being a Conservative. Do you support that?
Well, I think we're going to find out pretty closely, and pretty soon, in fact, whether being part of the convention is...
The other guy sitting next to Ruth, he is Sir Andy Street. He was the mayor of the West Midlands region, which is basically in the middle of England. So he was voted in as the mayor of that area, which is a rather large area in England. You can equate it as the same sort of position as either Burnham or Sadiq Khan. So he was the mayor of a large area, essentially. But he's a Tory. Eh. Oh god, yeah, he's a big dweeb. And I say that as a dweeb myself, or a nerd if you wish. Maybe a geek. But yeah, he's a former Tory mayor, essentially, for the West Midlands region. Oh no, I'm fine. If I need to look closer for my Twitch, it's on my phone. Or, where are we? I can go here to my YouTube chat. So here you all are here in the chat. Here's the video. And here is me. Rejoice, you can see your Scottish lass.
Human rights is something that we can continue to do in the way that this country wants to, because the Labour Party, the Labour government right now is taking as close to seeing whether it works for this country or not as there. And if it doesn't, then I think that's it's a policy that the Conservatives will take to the electorate.
But it is quite a thing now, Andy Street, isn't it, for both of you to stand up and say, look, there are 7 million people in this country that the party that you both belong to is not representing.
I'm fine with it being in caps. It makes it easier for me to read. Bloody hell. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Hang on, something fell there. Oh, my hankies. Oops, my hankies fell down. You sit there.
I mean, that does mean that you don't have faith in the direction that Kemi Badenoch is taking this party, or else you wouldn't be embarking on this project.
That's not the right deduction. I was very, very clear that we want Kemi Badenoch to be Prime Minister. That couldn't be clearer.
But you're also very clear you're not comfortable with that.
I do not want her to be Prime Minister. Not that that's going to happen. As far as I'm concerned, the Tory party are electorally and politically dead. Dude, what new? I do not see Kemi being Prime Minister at all. Yeah. She can aspire to it all she wishes, and people like Andy Street and Ruth Davidson, and just pick any of the wankery from the shadow cabinet. I will exclude James Cleverly and Mel Stride. So Mel Stride's the Shadow Chancellor. He shadows Rachel Reeves. He looks knackered. I don't see him running again in the next general election. I don't think he has any ambitions. I think he's fed up now. From what I can tell just from his facial expressions when I see him in the chamber and stuff. So I don't see him stand again at the next general election. Same for Cleverly. Who else? Alicia Cairns? Will she step down? I'm not entirely sure. So Alicia Cairns is a Tory backbencher. Who else do I see stepping down? John, I'd love your input on this. Do you see any of the Tories stepping down, especially from the shadow cabinet? I don't see Helen Whatley standing down, or Laura Trott. Who else have we got? Chris Philp, I can see him staying. He has ambitions. He has eyes on, firstly, the Tory party leadership, and then Prime Minister, but I do not see Chris Philp being Prime Minister either. Plus, the man is a fucking idiot.
Yes. Direction of travel.
And one of
can't have it both ways.
No, it can, because it can.
Politician wants to get both ways. Surely not.
Surely not. That's
Never
the first,
catch
isn't
on.
it? No, let's be clear. So at a time where the Conservative Party is regenerating itself in opposition, it is right that there is an intense discussion about ideas.
You lost the arguments on Brexit. You lost the arguments on immigration being a force for good in the economy. And some people, I think, are going to look at what you're doing and thinking this is a bunch of people who were either ejected, rejected, or now feel dejected.
So let's be clear, I was not rejected or ejected. I fought, led the Conservative Party, you might say, across the West Midlands till very, very recently.
And you lost.
That is, I lost very narrowly, as you've acknowledged before. But this is not actually about going backwards at all. This is about saying what...
Rejoice, comrades! Based American socialist, Clamjammer 1980, more easily known as CG. Hello, darling. Welcome. Say hello to CG, everyone. She is awesome. Well, welcome. I will do my standard introduction. I am MadCat79 Scottii, a Scottish disabled Marxist streamer who primarily tries to talk about health and disability issues and politics and history, and with some media coverage like basically movies and stuff, and some music. Welcome, my dear. Hello. Say hello to CG, everyone. She is awesome. How are the progeny, my dear? And as always, give the pair of them a hug from their crazy Auntie Katie, if you you can call me Auntie Katie if you want. It's entirely up to you, CG. But say hello to them for me and give them hugs. And tell them they're more than welcome to come say hello if they're on Twitch, of course. Yeah, there is no maneuvers, don't try to me. Fucking hell. How much snow is it, darling? How is it looking in your local area? I hope everyone is staying safe, keeping warm, and trying to keep going out to minimum. Obviously, you need to go out if you need to go and get supplies and stuff for the house, food, whatever, shit like that. Ah, thank you, Mr. E. I just looked at the map yesterday. Well, it's Monday now, so on Saturday I looked at the map, what the affected areas, and I just, what the fuck? It looked mad. And you're right in the middle of it, darling. Are you north or south? CG is either in North or South Carolina. And they're getting absolutely fucking ruined with this horrible weather. Only a couple of inches. It's freezing. Oh God, it's freezing winds. Just like a skating rink. That's what usually happens here in Glasgow. We don't get much snow, but we get rain and it's sub-zero, and the the streets, the pavements, just turn into a fucking skating rink. I don't do well at the best of times with no snow or ice, but if that sort of nonsense starts happening, I am very unsure with my footing because of my disabilities and stuff, and I usually go arse over tit. It's not fun when you slip and you land on your arse, it hurts. I have actually slipped and went forward and faceplant. Fun. That can fuck off. Oh, you're in Roanoke. Ice storm and more. Oh, that's a rather clever reference there, Mr. E. Well said. How are things looking in Virginia anyway? You'd need to ask Twitch and YouTube about that, CJ. There's not much I can do about that. It's how the platforms work. So if you want any more clarity on that, ask Alphabet or Amazon. Because never forget, Twitch is owned by Amazon, by the way. And YouTube is Google, so Alphabet. You know. Yes, refresh. Yes, if you need to refresh so the view counts and you can get a better view and stuff, you can see my glorious face. Looking rather pale. No. Carry on, street.
Issues facing Britain. And you listen to so many people in these groups, they're actually not fighting old battles. They don't want to reopen the Brexit wars. What they want is real answers as to how incomes will improve, quality of jobs will improve, the outlook for their youngsters will improve, and those are the practical issues that we need answers upon.
I know you have told Kemi Badenoch that this is happening. Andy, I believe it's you that was in charge of that communication. How did that go? Did she give you her blessing?
Oh, you must, of course, speak to her, because I don't wish to put words into her mouth. But actually, it was a very, very cordial conversation.
She's not daft. She can read the polls a bit the same as the rest of us. You know, she knows exactly where the space is. She also knows that she's a fairly solid Conservative that can speak to naturally, a broad swathe of people that are potential supporters or current supporters. There is also...
They wouldn't know affordability if it came up and fucking snobbed them. So now, they're Tories after all. Yeah.
So a group of people who are potential supporters where she might not be the best messenger.
And can I just say what else it's about, Laura? Because I think this is a point we've missed. This is about a really, really big long-term battle. So many of the commentators say the forces of populism and the left and the right are rampant across the Western world. This is about us saying today, no, they are not in Britain. There is still a really, really solid, strong centre-right. People who believe in Britain, believe in its institutions, believe in its future, want to build things up, not...
They're all leaving your party, Andy. What the fuck? Like I say, your party is politically and electorally dead at this point. Your party's a fucking walking corpse, essentially. Right, you may be in opposition, you may have the most seats with 121 MPs. Your party is electorally dead. Dodo. Walking corpse at this point, so... I don't know where you're getting this information from. Right, fair enough, you might do your own polling for your party and shit like that, but at the end of the day, most people... They're either leaving to join Labour, who are essentially Tories now, or the more hardliners, the more headbanger cases of your party membership, and especially in the Conservative TPL, the Conservative Parliamentary Group, CPG. Some of them are leaving. They're going to reform. And some of them look like they're just going to say, fuck this, and retire at the next general election and not run again and just fucking go into business or corporate corporate positions, essentially. So they're going to be leaving. Got a good few of them in the shadow cabinet, I believe. We'll find out. We'll see if I get proven correct or not. Again, you'd need to ask Google, Talia. Did I say to you, I actually love your name. It is brilliant. I love the name Talia. Rejoice, me and CG are both kind of tipsy. I have been drinking cider, so I'm drinking Thatcher's Juicy Apple. It is rather delicious and quite sweet.
Knock things down.
Andy and Ruth, very good to have you with us in the morning. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's interesting, isn't it, to hear these arguments, and you hear it quite often from people who, what would normally be called the centre ground, saying, populism is on the march. As a Trump backer, do you ever just think it's sour grapes because they lost the argument?
Yeah, after seeing that interview, you understand why they lost in 2024. And look, they won, a great election in 2019, and yet governed.
14 years of fucking austerity, Greg, you American idiot. The country basically got fed up with I've always I don't like the Tories, obviously. I'm a Marxist, for crying out loud. So, yeah, 14 years of basically defunding nearly everything in the country, in the four nations. So, no, we basically got pissed off with them. And they deserved it. They deserved the fucking electoral kicking that they got. So they can get bent, as far as I'm concerned. I'm glad they're fucking dead. They should have died fucking years ago. Yeah. I do not see them being back in power anytime soon. They might get back in power before I shuffle off this mortal coil, but that's going to be until I'm well into my 60s, probably near to my retirement age, which is in 21 years. Hang on, 68. Yeah, basically 21 years. They might get back in before I get my pension. We will find out over the next couple of decades, essentially. But for the time being, for the next sort of 2 general elections, over like the next sort of 12 to 13 years, essentially, I do not see them getting back into power at all. The level of dissatisfaction with the Conservative and Unionist Party is quite high at the minute, and lots of them are either leaving. Some of them, a small percentage of them, have went to the Lib Dems, I believe. The headbanger part of the Tory party, they're all going to Reform. I can see a couple more defections before the locals and me. We'll find out, obviously. But the party's dead. Just gone, dead. No point. Yeah, it is dead as well, Sog now. The duopoly needs to be smashed to smithereens. Yes, well, and both the Democrats and the GP are both are leaving the US yeah, they are. Correct, Sog now. Yeah. I don't know who I despise more, the GOP or the Democrats. Huh. Don't get me wrong, my level of animosity towards the GOP is astounding, very fucking high for what they've done to the American people and to the territories. That party should have died fucking ages ago, the same with our Conservatives over here. The Democrats need to sharpen up. I don't see it happening. Obviously, there's still neo-lib, obviously. But they're nicer. Apparently, they keep on saying, we're not like the GOP. A couple of cosmetic differences, but you're essentially the same. The duopoly is called that for a fucking reason. I do like the phrase chuck chuck. God, I hate him. I can give some due. I can give some leeway to like Ilhan Omar, AOC, Rashida Tlaib. They're fairly okay, I guess, in the American political system. And there's when I was already fucking hell, nearly 50. Oh wow! Wow, Talia. I've been bisexual since I was a teenager. I came out to my mum. I came out first to my mum and I said to her, "Don't say," because at that time, a couple of months beforehand, my sister came out as a lesbian, and I said to her, "Do not say anything to either my middle sister and my younger one. Just shh, shh, shh." And she said, "Okay, fine, Katie, I'll do that." But you should be able to say that. But you know what she's like. I love my sister desperately, but some of her reactions are interesting. Let's just put it like that. No, they're not. They're not. They could be doing more, but they aren't. Funny that.
From the center left. So, you see the party of the right that instituted tax increases, windfall taxes, price caps. These are things that Joe Biden could only have dreamt of in his term.
I think Boris Johnson governed from the centre left. Donald Trump's big friend.
I mean, think about it. We had net zero, we had price.
Bojo was centre right. That does happen, Talia, unfortunately. I'm glad you've basically came out and said, yes, I am this. I kept it secret from my sisters and my wider family. My mum knew, obviously. He's lying. Of course he's lying. His lips are moving.
Caps, we had windfall taxes. This was not the typical party of the right.
But then when people in this country and many people in America and around the world look at the scenes of what's been happening in Minneapolis, they see people at protests being shot by immigration officers. Are people right to make these kinds of warnings? I mean, are you not alarmed by that?
Yeah, look, what's happening in Minneapolis is unfortunate. It's a tragedy when anyone. It's a tragedy when anyone is killed. But the way that the protest movement has turned into a violent movement. It's not peaceful protests when they're trying to obstruct what federal officers are doing. That's no reason. That's not making an excuse for.
Those federal officers are murdering people, Greg. They are murdering people on the streets. It's no surprise that the American people are reacting to this, and I don't fucking blame them. They're getting murdered on the streets by ICE. I can fully understand why the American people are reacting like this. Honestly, I understand this. I am happy for you, Talia. This is a safe and welcome set. I try to make it as safe and as cosy and as welcoming and still educational. You're more than welcome here. I love having you here. You're always welcome. Yeah, I have noticed that. That must suck.
Someone being shot, don't get me wrong, but those are tragic instances. Remember, Barack Obama deported 1.8 million people. President Trump has deported 600,000.
But we have all watched those tapes.
Yeah.
They do not look like people who were deliberately trying to cause trouble. They were there peacefully protesting, observing what was happening on the streets.
That's a matter of opinion. I don't see peaceful protests. I don't see it in Chicago either.
200.
They're just protesting what ICE are blackbagging people off the street, killing them, shooting at them, beating them up, for fuck's sake. Greg, I don't know what footage you're watching, but they're literally brutalising the American populace. Just get some better media. Just an idea, really.
150 years of your great constitution,
Yeah.
and wasn't it all about not having a king, and the president will never be a king? There will be separation of powers, there will be checks, there will be balances. Is that constitution alive and well today?
Absolutely it is. The checks and balances are working.
Jonathan, you're shaking your head.
No, I think we're seeing things that are new under the sun in the United States. Greg is right that people can look at something and see different things, but even still there is a truth to the matter. And there was no violence problem that ICE was sent in to solve. ICE is causing the problem. It is shocking to many Americans who are proud of our constitutional tradition, which we inherit from the Brits, the idea of limitations on powers, and to see all those limits gone. We're seeing something, again, new under the sun and very frightening.
And what we're also seeing is public officials, specifically in Minnesota, encouraging people to do this. Driving a car into a federal...
Damn good question. Damn good question. I'm just going through what he said on Question Time on Thursday night. I don't think he does, actually. Just my reading of what he says when he's appeared on British media. The politics show like Laura Kuenssberg, Politics Live, Question Time, blah blah blah. Appears on the radio and shit like that. I don't think he does, Shouty. Yeah. I don't think he does. Until he says otherwise, that's my opinion, really.
Federal agent is not peaceful protest.
Okay, it's a
Section
conversation
11
and an argument that's going to continue. We don't have time to settle it. If we could settle it here in the studio, but all three of you, we're grateful for your time this morning. And actually, it might be worth, if you missed it, going back to rewatch our interview with the Speaker, Mike Johnson, who's the third most senior politician in the United States. And we spoke to him last week about all of these issues. We are out of time, though. It's a big news day for the Labour Party and for Keir Starmer and Andy Burnham. Who knows what will happen by the end of the day? The BBC will have everything you need to know. Thank you to all our guests today. And most of all, thank you to you for watching. Everything will be on iPlayer.
Laura, the NEC are fucking cowards, and you'll find that out in a couple of hours after your programme. So am I, Sock now. So am I. Yeah.
And I'll be with Paddy O'Connell on BBC Sounds a bit later for this Sunday's newscast. And next week, we'll be back with our interview with Zach Polanski, the Green Party leader. So I'll see you same time, same place.
Much better. Fuck it, more Laura, why not?
Light the match and stand back. We're recording this at 12:33 on Sunday, and I'm talking to you just after big news has come in from the Labour Party after a couple of days of wild guessing games. They have decided to block the Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, from running as an MP in the Gorton constituency of Greater Manchester. Why is all that so dramatic with so much jeopardy? Well, because Andy Burnham has made no secret of the fact that one day he has his eyes on number 10. Keir Starmer sees him as a rival, and given how unpopular...
Yeah. They're basically on track dollies, essentially. So yeah, they've taken away the actual cameramen, and I don't like it. Some of the positions of the camera, especially in Laura's studio for her politics show that we just watched, and ones for like other politics ones, and for Question Time it is still actual cameramen, oddly enough, but for everything studio based in the different studios across the land the BBC have, it's all automatic, it's all digitally controlled essentially, so there's no actual cameramen, no specialists and shit like that. You've still got the gallery where the producer and everyone else is, but the cameras are essentially not controlled by people anymore. Don't like it. Oh, thank you, Mystery, for being nice to Talia. I try to keep this as safe and as welcoming as I can. Fuck it, carry on, Laura.
Popular he is, Keir Starmer and his allies have succeeded in stopping Andy Burnham in the race to become an MP. But here's the problem. Lots of Keir Starmer's colleagues...
Oh, no problem. Thank you for being here. Stay hydrated, not necessarily with Thatchers. Self-care is good care. Take your meds if you need to take any. Stay based. Free Palestine. And tell Manfrog to fuck off. Or tell Annas to fuck off if you're Scottish. He is a puppet after all. And tell the NEC they're fucking cowards. I will catch you later, Mystery. Bye.
Lots of people in the Labour Party, obviously Andy Burnham himself, think that it's an outrage that he might not be allowed to go ahead and stand. There's a bit of an official statement from the Labour Party that I want to read you, but I won't read you the whole thing in full.
Right, I was 42 coming up on 43 in 2022. So you're a few years older than me, Talia.
The statement says, directly elected mayors and police crime commissioners must seek the express permission of Labour's ruling body before seeking nomination as a candidate. It says the NEC believes that causing an unnecessary election for Greater Manchester Mayor would have a substantial and disproportionate impact on party campaign resources. It also says, although the party would be confident of retaining...
That is BS. That is BS. The Labour Party has quite a lot of money at their disposal. Obviously, they're one of the largest parties here in the UK, and saying that it'd be a strain on party finances, that is utter bollocks. I don't believe them when they say that stuff. Nah. You're telling lies. You're talking BS. Oh, it's 79. It's the 79 in my Twitch name. So 6 years older than me. Hello, fellow Gen Xer. Welcome.
The mayoralty, the NEC, the ruling body, could not put Labour's control of Greater Manchester at any risk. So in other words, the parties said it would be too expensive to have a race for the mayor and that they'd be worried about Reform taking it. The problem for Keir Starmer...
I do not believe yous. I'm pretty sure you've got a good list of candidates that you could put in and probably still get their mayoralty again, depending on what sort of candidate you put up. But yeah, you have the funds. You just don't want to run the risk of having Reform win. So, no. Coward.
Is he might have in the short term stopped one of his rivals coming back to loom over him on the back benches. But in the long term, this is going to drive some people in the Labour Party crazy, and his critics can easily suggest he just looks scared. So there's a fight ahead, without question. Here's our conversation from earlier with Paddy and Joe about what this might mean.
Well, this whole thing could be out of date. We're here with newscasters who may know more in the future than we do.
It's always a funny feeling, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if you're listening to this now, you will inevitably know more than we do at 10:39 just by virtue of being alive, assuming that we know more every minute we're alive, don't we?
We've drafted expert witness to help us work out what will happen today, the chronology and the politics, all on Sunday's newscast.
Shall we just do the headline situation before we get into... Oh, sorry, my naughty phone is pinging, but I am going to keep looking at it because there's all sorts of news unfolding as we speak.
Yes, so Shabana Mahmood, who's the chair of the NEC, has been out today, which is decision day for this question on Andy Burnham. Block him or back him?
Exactly. And we discussed at some length yesterday, rather breathlessly, I hope not, but probably yes. Basically, it's a nightmare for Keir Starmer either way. If Andy Burnham is allowed to stand as an MP, ends up back bum on seat on the Green Bench, that's a nightmare for Keir Starmer because one of the people who would quite fancy replacing him one day...
I will say again, Andy Burnham is still a playwright, by the way. He is polling better than Keir. I think anyone's polling better than Keir at this point, really. Just, meh. Cowards. Fucking cowards. That is my opinion. That is my take on this situation. You can form your own. Obviously, everyone here is very intelligent. Obviously, you're following me. So, intelligence has been proven. But yeah, they're cowards. Fucking cowards. They saw him as a threat if he got back onto the back benches. So, Fergus. And like Lucy Powell, Angela Rayner, a couple of other backbenchers that I can't quite remember. Anna swithered about it because he's a fucking coward and a puppet as well. Never forget that. Anna is a puppet. And apparently he's going to be our next First Minister. Yeah, right. You're polling third, Anna. Fuck off.
Everyone will second guess all the time. Worse than having him as Manchester Mayor. If he does block him, there is a row afoot that could, I think, it's not mad this morning actually to say it could bring the whole thing crashing down.
Really?
Joe, how would you... Yeah, I mean, I was talking to people so late last night and I've been in touch with people this morning. You just get that sense that this is such a moment of high jeopardy for Keir Starmer. And a couple of people close to all of this have even suggested to me, actually, one of the problems here is he doesn't understand how weak his position really is. Anyway, we'll get into all of that. Joe, I'm dying to hear what your assessment is of it.
I think there is one argument, though, that is if you're in a weak situation and you may get challenged after the May elections, why not minimise the number of other threats on the field? You can see, especially if you do have control of the NEC, why you wouldn't do that. And there are certainly people on the NEC who have told me they think it is very possible.
I'll let this run. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Give you some time, my friends. Don't worry. Listen to Joe Pike and Paddy O'Connell and Laura again. 2 minutes, please. Carry on, Joe. Carry on.
That he will be blocked in the next couple of hours, even though there will be a backlash. And MPs seem so split on this, depending if they're on the sort of soft left or more to the centre, as to whether this is a distraction and about ego, or whether it is about democracy and Keir Starmer looking weak. And I thought Shabana Mahmood on your programme, Laura, did an expert job at walking that tightrope, because she's chairing this meeting of NEC officers at 11. She wants to look independent, saying she had respect for Andy Burnham, but also sort of nodding towards some of the arguments on the other side, which principally seems to be, well, you went for a different job 18 months ago, and it's going to be very, very expensive to have a by-election.
The problem is, I think most people I've spoken to would suggest that the position of strength for Keir Starmer would be to say, come on in. Of course, Andy, it would be marvellous to have you. And any attempt to block, even to have this tiny group of the NEC, not the whole lot, over the decision, just makes it look like he's scared. Either scared of Reform taking the seat or taking the mayoralty in Manchester, or indeed scared of having Andy Burnham in the House of Commons. And I don't like to overstate things, honestly, even though I get very excited about stories. But, you know, people I've spoken to have been using words like insane at the notion of blocking him. Flip side, also, other people would say it would be nuts to invite the fox into the hen house. But I suppose all I'm trying to say is this is a real moment of high jeopardy.
Because there is, in recent memory, the story of another mayor who entered politics.
Yup.
He had blonde hair. I can't remember his name, but it's precedent for trouble afoot, trouble at mill. What kind of tone? Jo says he thinks she was expertly toning. What kind of music did Shabana Mahmood play on this question?
A very careful, deliberate music. Very carefully thought through, well, I'm the independent chair, so I can't possibly say anything. Now, it was coincidence that she was the one doing the Sunday interviews today. I have to say, I suspect the whole Labour Party was probably quite relieved that it was her, because she could say, I'm the chair, so I can't say anything. The difficulty is other cabinet people and senior figures like Lucy Powell and Ed Miliband have already been out there shooting their mouths off saying, I think Andy should be allowed to run. Suspicion there is they're all doing that because he's promised them a load of jobs should he end up in number 10. Angela Rayner potentially back as Deputy PM. Ed Miliband said to have had the possibility of being a Burnham Chancellor dangled before him. Those are whispers. I would say Ed Miliband and Angela Rayner don't get in touch and say that we're talking complete nonsense, but that is what people believe, some people believe is going on here, is not just Andy Burnham's ambition, but a group on the soft left who think this is the moment where they can get on their path to capturing the crown because Keir Starmer is not delivering. And we said this yesterday, but I think it's important to underline, this is all happening because Keir Starmer is very vulnerable, because people are very unhappy with his leadership and he's very unpopular in the country. This isn't just because politicians are doing what they love to do, which is argue and fight with each other and have a pop and have a go, and it's all snakes and ladders and who's up, who's down. That's what this is a symptom of, isn't it?
Yeah, and Shabana Mahmood may also be looking to the future. Now, she may deny this too, but I thought she must be thinking about the future for herself too, whether she wants to be a leadership contender or a senior cabinet minister under Wes Streeting, Angela Rayner, Ed Miliband, Andy Burnham. You do not want to end today, Sunday, looking like you're somebody who has punctured those ambitions. You want to try and keep your fingerprints off this decision, especially if it's controversial. So I thought in a weird way it was perfect that she could make the chair point saying, I've got to be independent.
Exactly. It was a bit of an insurance policy for her. Let her stay out of it. Shall we have a listen to how she tried to, I was going to say defend. Defend is the wrong word. This is how she answered the question of should or should he not run as an MP?
Look, I think we should take Andy at his own word. I really appreciated the tone of the letter that he wrote yesterday. He addressed that letter to me as the chair, but it was for the wider party as well. And his case, as he has made it, is to want to come in and be part of the team and to take the fight to reform using the success of Manchester as part of that argument.
But if he's also said he could leave the mayoralty up for grabs in reform, which is a much bigger job, with no offence to individual MPs. That's a huge job compared to being
which let me just deal with that in a moment, but Andy has said in his own words that Keir is the best person to be the Prime Minister, and he's made it very clear in his letter what his motivation is.
you could, there's ways around it. Remember your intersections, people. The English language is garbage, and the way we speak is kind of fuzzy. Fuzzy's the best thing I can say as when we're either translating to either a romance language, or Asian or African or Nordic, essentially. They are kind of fuzzy, but I'm sure you'd be able to figure out some ways to get across your message, to show solidarity and help Talia, to give her reassurance. Obviously, I'm here. I can help as well. Talia, if you need anything, if you want to reach out just to talk or anything, shoulder to cry on or things of that nature, or just to basically talk if you want, I am here. Same for everyone else. Feel free to reach out to me if you want to talk. You can have my ear. Carry on, you monster. Fucking hell.
To come into Parliament. I do believe Andy Burnham because I take him at his word. I've never had any reason not to take him at his word. I trust him. As I say, we work very closely together, and I am going to take what he says at face value because I know I can do that with Andy.
Can I be the one to say who are the 10 who are on the selection subcommittee of the NEC?
Yeah, so we can be proper squares now. Even for newscasters, this is niche, okay? So there are 10 people who will make this decision.
Can I try have a go at guessing them?
Yeah, you can. But
Because
then
I
if
don't
you,
know them.
But then if you run out, then that will leave me and Joe to fill in like the last maybe one or two.
Well, that'd be fun. So I think Keir Starmer's on the selection.
Yes, he is. So he's going to vote for what Keir Starmer wants to do. As we understand it, he, at this point, is said to be wanting to block Andy Burnham.
I wouldn't want him on the NEC. Just saying. He is the Prime Minister. He has got a lot on his plate. Don't get me wrong, I despise the bastard. But I don't think he should be on the NEC at all. At all. Well done, Paddy. Good shout. Yeah. Unfortunately, he is on the NEC. Boo. Next.
I think Shabana Mahmood's on the selection committee.
Correct.
I'm not clear if she has a vote.
Yes, she does. And if it's a tie, she might have the casting vote.
And now I've run out of names.
Okay. Ellie Reeves. She is on the NEC. She is also Rachel Reeves.
Ellie Reeves is on the NEC. So that's Rachel Reeves, our current Chancellor, sister. Fair and impartial. Apparently.
Sister. I imagine, but I don't know if you would agree with this, Joe, that she would probably be on the side of blocking Andy Burnham. I would have thought.
You would have think so. You'd think so. She's closer to Starmer than Burnham, definitely.
So then we have Lucy Powell, the deputy leader of the party. She has already overtly says she thinks that Andy Burnham should be allowed to run. So that's one in the other column.
Right, I've got 4. I've got 1. Oh, I had 2, so I'm up to 6.
Okay. No, 6.
Okay, first off, you have to understand, Travers, despite do not segregate people for personal things. We have a sense of community with all people, that's settled. Ah! It's a very Scottish attitude, Shouty. We're like that as well. Like, remember David Cameron saying the big society? Yeah, that's what Scotland was. But subsequent Tory governments destroyed that. Rampant individualism. Isn't it fun?
Where'd you get 6 from?
I've only done 4
so far.
I hope. Shall I do the vote? Shall I be to live
Yeah,
after
exactly.
the end?
So let's see. I mean, we may be completely wrong,
1,
but
2,
let's
3,
do this.
4.
So this is
Right,
3-1.
Joe, you keep going with the list.
Peter Wheeler is the vice chair of Labour's NEC. You won't have heard of him. The NEC treasurer, Mike Payne, and then 2 representatives of 2 trades unions, the GMB and USDOR, both of which are quite sort of Starmerite unions at the moment.
Yeah, and there's been lots of...
Oh, why am I not surprised? People, someone from USDOS, so that's the Union of shop distribution and warehouse people. My middle sister used to be their union and education manager, essentially, for all of Scotland, so she was busy. So she basically done the education part of the union to educate the shop workers and warehouse people. She didn't like us though. She classed herself as Fuck it. Right, this one, I'm not going to be able to publish it. Fuck. I'll see if I can clean it up, then get this recorded. I might need to go back and delete previous live streams that I've sent. Look, where is it? Oh no, that's my... Where is it? I've lost my external drive. Where is it? Oh, fuck. I'll get it after this.
A discussion in union circles about the right thing to do and the wrong thing to do. Whispers to me this morning and in the last 24 hours suggest that both those unions are likely to block, but I would say that is definitely not confirmed.
Wow.
And those other officers of the party that you mention are likely to be seen as Starmer allies. So if all that comes to pass, then Paddy, if you're doing the tally, we're probably over the 6 that would be required to block Andy Burnham.
Yeah, but I think we've only named 8 of the 10.
2 more. Gurinder Singh Josan, who's an MP, the PLP representative, who I don't know, but I think is a sort of blue Labour, West Midlands MP, and therefore you think would be a Starmerite. Certainly his predecessor, I would call a Starmerite. And finally, the CLP representative is somebody called Abdi Douale.
Right.
And the CLP means constituency Labour parties, the members, and members do not like being cut out of decisions. So from our tot-up, that may well prove to be completely wrong and has been an incredibly niche parlour game for a Sunday morning, but that suggests that the count on the committee of 10 would be likely to vote for blocking Andy Burnham. However, the letter that my sticky paws have got is from officers of the wider NEC who are trying at the last minute to get a pause on the whole timetable.
Because they're not involved.
They are not happy. They believe, and let me just read you some of this. Dear Shabana and Peter, we are writing to you as NEC Chair and Vice Chair, as members of the NEC. We have deep concerns about this process. The wider NEC should have their say. It is unprofessional and
I think you got your message across perfectly, Shouty, knowing how garbage English is. That is absolutely beautiful. I like that. I've met travellers before here in Glasgow and before I moved down when I still lived up in Perth when I was a lassie. Travellers are beautiful. They're brilliant people. I love your community. It's amazing. Hang on, get myself comfy. There we go. That's better. Fantastic. So the NEC are filled with the wankery. Brilliant. And they're chaired by an absolute fucking demon. Great. Fun times. I hate the Labour Party now. Just they get bent. Just fuck off. You're welcome.
Unacceptable. This looks like undemocratic interference. We are hemorrhaging members and losing funds. We refuse to let any circumstances accelerate that situation further. We ask for an immediate pause of the current timetable and that the whole committee should be included. Now, look, I don't think that's likely to happen.
By the way, the full NEC is 39 members. Okay? So this is just a third, a small portion of the full NEC. So deeply undemocratic. I don't like it at all. Just what the fuck is going on, Labour? Your ruling portion of the NEC are filled with the wankery. Bleh.
Happen.
No.
But as a little flavour of how unhappy people are about how this is all being rammed through and it looks like it's being controlled by Starmer's allies, it's not a happy ship.
And Shabana Mahmood did say to you on your programme, Laura, that the core of the NEC, these 10 officers dealing with parliamentary selections, is quite normal. So that would, I suppose, be the NEC officers' response to that letter, even though I'm sure whatever happens here, it is going to be incredibly controversial and some people are going to be very, very unhappy.
That's right.
The two main unions that are part of these 10 people are the two unions that are completely in with the Starmer line or the Morgan McSweeney line, essentially. And I don't like it. Usdaw, that suck. And so does the GMB. They both suck. But there's other unions who are still affiliated, who are part of the full NEC, the full 39 members of it, and blocking the other 29. Pure scumfuckery. Because there are better union members as part of the NEC. They haven't quite been purged. Are you agnostic? Atheist. There is no Sky Daddy. Nay. And if Jesus existed, he's a socialist. Jesus is a socialist. Just look at the New Testament, for crying out loud. Not letting the full NEC vote on whether Andy gets to run or not. Just no. Hate it. Despise that. Don't. No. Full NEC, if you please, for selections like that. Thank you. Labour Party, can you hear me?
What someone very experienced in the party said to me last night, look, this is the kind of process, yes, sure, you use it in the run up to a general election. The leadership was trying to, get their candidates on the ballot paper when you're dealing with hundreds of people and you're kind of trying to ram it through and make sure you've got your allies in place. To use it in this kind of process when the stakes are so high and the characters are so well known and it's about the future direction of the party, it's a different order issue. And the huge potential advantage, someone was joking to me this morning, actually the ideal scenario for Andy Burnham here is that he does get blocked because then he doesn't run the risk of losing the by-election. He doesn't lose his nice job as Manchester Mayor, where he's been very successful in many ways, and also enter the narrative of him being the great martyr.
I mean, we were role-playing that situation yesterday.
We were, yeah. God knows what we said yesterday because we were very excited by the story.
Well, I think there's a lot of traction in that because the blocking seems to be the favoured of the insiders. I came out yesterday saying I don't think he'll be blocked, just in order that we had an interesting rivalry.
Yes.
But just leading into the fact that he is blocked, it means sort of everyone wins because Keir Starmer will look like he's weak and frit, but Andy Burnham gets to fight another day. It's not the end of Andy Burnham's leadership ambitions if he doesn't go this time to a by-election whose outcome is uncertain because we're dealing with multi-party politics. Britain is in new primary colours politically, and we can't and should never take constituents for granted in an election.
100%, especially by-elections, which can be completely crackers, nor indeed the enormous election that there would be at the Manchester mayoralty, right, which that is a major election.
£4.7 million it cost last time, so it wouldn't be cheap this time either, I don't think.
Right, and that's one of the arguments that's been made by Starmer's allies is, look, this whole thing would cost a lot of money. But I think the onus that's being suggested to me is that...
Not an excuse. No. Not an excuse. Saying it would cost too much, fuck off. Not an excuse. You have large party funding, so no, I'm not believing that aspect of it. Nah. Get bent. Not believing yous.
On Starmer's allies, if they do block him, the onus will be on them to get out there and make a good, convincing argument for why they did this. And one of the things here is it plays into the different levels of politics that we have right now. So being an MP is an incredibly important job as part of the fabric of our country. Being a big, powerful metro mayor with control over police, control over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of pounds, a big national political platform, I think if we get real, that is a bigger political danger.
You did, Shouty. Honestly, you did. You have the backing of a mad Scotchman. I think you eloquently laid out the feelings of travellers, which is good. I like that. I got it. I understand what you were saying, and it is beautiful. I love it. Thank you. Not enough. Don't have enough money to do the both the by-election and the mayoralty one. No, I say BS to that. I don't believe yous.
Danger to lose for Labour than it is to lose a by-election. I think that would be, I think that's the brutal kind of truth of it. I'm not doing down the importance of MPs, but I think that's true.
Yeah, Michael Gove was on Radio 4 this morning saying also beware of unlocking this leadership problem, because it didn't go well for us in the Conservatives.
Right.
He said, I would block Andy Burnham, but I would do it.
Shut the fuck up, Gove. Just fuck off. Thanks. Just shut up. Don't care what you've got to say. You're not in the party. You're a Tory, for fuck's sake. So just be quiet. Go away. Thank you.
But by saying you've already got a top job, never mind my top job, you've got a top job running Manchester.
And the risk for some people who are close to Starmer in that camp have been saying to me is, look, everyone's obsessing about this by-election. Actually, get real. Think about the mayoralty. On some polling, it looks like it might be easier for Reform to win the mayoralty than it would be to win that by.
Whoever they put up in this by-election anyway, they should get their deposit back. They should get over 5%. I don't see them winning. They might end up either third or fourth after the vote. I'm with Helena on this. I think it's going to be a straight out fight between the Greens and whatever fucking clown Manfrog puts in for this by-election in Gorton and Denton. Just, I don't think it's anything to do with money, so I'm calling BS on that aspect of it. So nah, they just want to get a challenge from Andy Burnham because he's very, very popular in the Greater Manchester area, obviously. For more on that, I wanted to ask my left eye. Lefty's a Mancunian. He'll have a lot to say about this, so we will ask Lefty when he goes live next. Probably today, essentially. The Brews at 10. Everyone, go and follow my left eye. Lefty is awesome. And like I said, Mancunian and comrade-based leftist. Praise be my left eye. I'd love to get his opinion on all this whole drama, essentially. It'd be good to find out. And I'm sure you'd have some good opinions, obviously.
By-election, so the argument was going, and I'm not going to say the early hours of this morning, not the early hours of this morning on the phone in conversations last night. Get real. The risk of having a Reform mayor with control over police, a big national platform,
he is a good one,
is much bigger than having a backbencher who takes the tally of Reform MPs from 6 to 7. Now, in any way for Keir Starmer to make that argument is either saying, well, are you scared of Andy Burnham or are you scared of Reform? Right? I mean, it's not an argument that you're making from a position of strength. But it's interesting, the Westminster and the lobby focus, much as I love the lobby, has been very much about the by-election, and I think less so thinking about what the consequences of the mayoralties might be. We know how Boris Johnson used it to be king over the water. We know how Andy Burnham has used it very effectively in the last few years. And I think maybe that side of things has been slightly underlooked.
I think that's true. I think it's typical of the Westminster-focused bubblearty.
Yeah.
To just to kind of ignore parts of the country which are run in different ways. I think it's a really fascinating argument you're making to me. It's making me see it in a new way. And of course, it does all come together today. The meeting starts at 11, Joe?
Starts at 11. We don't know how long it will last. And we won't necessarily get an announcement immediately after. The NEC is not a hugely transparent organisation. And presumably it would be appropriate for Andy Burnham to get a call from the party general secretary, or maybe from Shabana Mahmood, the chair of the NEC, before anyone else. I think your point, Laura, about the importance of the Manchester Mayor job is something that a lot of MPs are also thinking about. One that jumped out at me yesterday was from Joni Reid on social media, Scottish Labour MP, who said he's not even halfway through his term as mayor, and frankly, mayor of Greater Manchester is a bigger job than being a backbench MP. So either he's seeking a quieter life, or he's on manoeuvres. If it's the latter, it's the last thing we need in the run-up to the May elections. And I would contest, Paddy, your view that this would be good if Andy Burnham, if he was blocked, because I think the timing would be absolutely perfect getting this seat. One, it is a seat that makes sense for him to have.
Yeah.
He's obviously popular in Greater Manchester. We saw that with this incredible result at the last election, 2024. The timing is perfect. You get into Parliament 2 months ahead of the May elections, a possible leadership challenge. You have time to get your staff together, start making relationships with MPs, build alliances with those on the soft left. This is the perfect moment for Andy Burnham, and I think if he was rejected and blocked, that makes his path to power that little bit more difficult.
Well, I do feel schooled by the two of you, and I'm saying it.
Oh no, well, we didn't agree though. I agree with you.
Well, the thing is, I feel schooled generally just by being in this room. But I think the thing is, when you said they're going to have to pick up the phone after the NEC makes its decision, I can't help thinking that it would have been a very good idea if they'd all picked up the phone before Andy Burnham declared to run, because you could have said, guys, there's a potential for Labour to be weakened by a psychodrama leadership skedaddle. Why don't we talk about it in advance?
Well, then you've got to imagine, though, that all of these characters actually enjoy talking to each other on the phone. I think the other thing to say, though, as you allude to there, is probably most importantly of all, that the public booted out the Tories with a shocking defeat, because they'd had enough of endless, sometimes nonsensical infighting about who would...
Oh! End me. I'm agreeing with Laura. Fuck. Yeah, we were fed up of them. I've been fed up of the Tories since I've been alive, essentially, thanks to her. And to Major to a lesser extent, still a Tory, still don't like him. And then the Cameron and Osborne and the coalition. Never forget that Ed Davey was in that coalition cabinet, by the way. And obviously Deputy Prime Minister Nick Clegg. I have hated the Tories for many, many decades, for a good few decades now, so no. I'm glad their party's dying. Long overdue, in my opinion, really. Hopefully the same will happen. It seems to be a bit more rapid with this current Labour administration, oddly enough. And I'll say again, what's waiting in the wings is terrifying. I will say if Manfrog gets into number 10, I'm going to be in queue getting a shovel and digging the trench myself. So if you see a mad Scottish woman digging a trench in the borders between Scotland and England, you'll know it's me. Because I don't want that as my Prime Minister at all. And the fact that the NEC have blocked him when he might have been a credible Labour Party leader to challenge Manfrog just shows how scared the fucking Labour Party are at the minute. Cowards, the lot of them. And liars, obviously.
was going to be in charge and the direction of the party. Of course, there was Brexit and a pandemic and all those other very big serious things that happened too. And Brexit was partly as a product, actually, of infighting on the right that had gone on for a very, 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 very long time. But Keir Starmer's whole shtick to the public was, I'm going to end the drama. I will be Mr. Sensible. It'll all be calm. His posh phrase.
Isn't it quiet? Aren't we loving the quiet? It's brilliant, this quiet, isn't it?
Was politics will tread a little lighter on your lives. If after 18 months in office, this is what the public's seeing of this party, not just that actually government's pretty hard and it's taking longer for them to be able to show any results, but actually they're fighting amongst themselves.
And he's going to China.
And he's not even going to be in the country this week.
So
I mean, talk about maximum jeopardy.
What do you make of that, Joe? The Prime Minister and leader of the Labour Party takes a big decision, which is controversial in either way it goes, today, and then goes to China.
Well, that's a classic, isn't it? Many of the trips you must have been on as political editor, Laura, where you're in some glamorous location with these big sort of geopolitical figures, big world leaders, and actually the UK Prime Minister is asking some seemingly quite provincial question about a by-election in Greater Manchester. We've seen that before. We can see it again. It looks silly, but it matters. And even if he's halfway across the world, Paddy, I don't think Keir Starmer is going to escape all those tough questions from the lobby press pack. They'll be chasing him down for answers.
That's absolutely right, but it also means that for he and some of his key allies, I don't know what the staff list is going on the trip, but it also means they won't be physically present. And so much of politics is, despite, whether or not you like taking phone calls from people, a lot of it's face-to-face, it's arm twisting, it's convincing, it's wrangling, it's going around the tea rooms. If he's out of the country and some of his key lieutenants will be with him, that is not going to make this any easier, not least because some MPs think, look, part of the problem here is the optics that he's never even here.
My phone was down to 31%, fucking hell. I need to keep an eye on that more often. So there, phone on charge now. Carry on.
Because I think there's another meeting I'm being reminded about now, which took place in a restaurant between Tony Blair and Gordon Brown.
The Grenita Pact.
And I can't help but feel it would have been a very good idea for this party if Andy Burnham and Keir Starmer had met in a curry house.
But that would suggest that Andy Burnham is the obvious natural successor in the way that most people in New Labour would have seen
Gordon Brown
as being at that point, not later on, and you had all sorts of other people, and David Miliband and people like, other people fancied
it. What do you think about my fantasy curry house meeting? Would it have been a bad idea?
How did the Grenita Pact work out? I mean, medium term, not that well. And I think that Grenita is closed out. Wasn't it briefly a Mexican restaurant? I'm not sure what it is
closed down
today.
But I'm not sure if Andy Burnham and Keir Starmer will get past the poppadoms, to be honest. I mean, there isn't any love lost between their camps, not least because of the dancing around this that Andy Burnham has been doing for some months. And if he goes ahead with this, you're going to still hear very anti-Andy Burnham briefing coming from some people in the central bit of the Labour Party. Remember what happened when he said that Labour's in hock to the bond markets? There was a genuine financial reaction. Do people who've been fighting for the Rachel Reeves, Keir Starmer vision of the Labour Party, which is all about stability, do they see Andy Burnham as being someone who's useful for them to have around? No, they do not. For people who've been at the heart of the kind of Keir Starmer, Rachel Reeves vision of the world, giving more prominence to someone who has said we shouldn't be in hock to the bond markets, when they would say, well, that's a financial reality when the country's got so much debt. Is that really the kind of journey that the Labour Party wants to go on? Some of them do, yes. But that's not the only strand of opinion. This isn't just about personality. This is also about policy differences too. And many people believe that Andy Burnham is very vulnerable on some of the kinds of policy platforms that he says he believes in. And that's all for this version of Sunday's newscast, but you can find a longer version of our conversation and all the episodes ever wherever you get your podcasts and, of course, on BBC Sounds. Bye for now.
OK, comrades. Thank you, the shouty bloke. I will end. I don't know how to read out on YouTube. I'm sorry, my YouTube comrades. I do apologise. Go where you wish, either to bed or to another YouTube streamer or something. I will be going over to Bry Your Guy into their movie night voice chat and watch damn it, give me a minute, Judas and the Black Messiah. So feel free to come over to hang on, I'll bring it up. Where are we? Otter's Den, invite server, copy, there we go, Twitch, paste, the Otter's Den. Bry Your Guy is absolutely awesome. He is based. He is a gamer. He is a chill streamer. We talk about politics while he plays The Lies of P and other games and Marvel Rivals as well. So I'll be going over there to watch Judas and the Black Messiah. Feel free to join us. I will read out. Give me a moment. Wrong one, that one. Thank you again, everyone. Slightly over 4 hours is good. I will be building up my stream time so I can prepare myself for the May elections, Thursday the 7th of May. Mark it in your diaries. The polls close at 10 p.m. So that's the Senate. That's Wales, Holyrood up here in Scotland, and the local elections in different parts of England, the ones that they are not blocking or stopping from having their elections. Democracy, apparently we have it here in the UK. I need evidence of that, really. Let's see, who shall we raid? I think I found someone. Yes. I haven't raided him yet. Let's go and say hello to Mandragon. Mandragon is awesome. Stay hydrated, not necessarily with cider. Self-care is good care. Take your meds if you need to take any. Stay based. Free Palestine. And whoever if you're UK based, whoever your Labour ghoulish MP is, tell them to be better. Or vote them out. Or join the Green Party. I will catch you all later. I love yous. Mwah. I will be back. This is technically Monday now. I will be back between 11 and midnight UK time. I will catch you all then. Bye.